Best. Alright, things seem to be okay. I have no idea what I'm gonna do tonight. I just know I'm gonna play PowerWash Sim for God knows how long. Should turn on the BGM a bit. Just a bit. I think last time when I played this for my birthday, the BGM was like really quiet the whole time. It was kind of like I even forgot it was there for most of it. As long as there's something. Anyway. W Park Warden. Seems our little town is going up in the world. Buckingham's skate park has been chosen to host the next county championships. Ordinarily, I'd leave the sullen types to roll on their own filth, as is their wont. As is their wont. That's not a typo. But if it's getting in the papers and on TV, we can't have people seeing all that grand and funny writing, so I want you to hit it with everything you've got. Sure thing. I took a look at like the store like before this. It looked like the next tier of power washer is coming up real soon. Like after this one job, I'm going to have 40 stars and I'm going to have $2,000, and then I'll be able to buy this power washer. The Prima Vista 3000. Skate park. Start job. When I watched other people play Power Wash Sim, I think the skate park was probably my favorite level to watch because it looked so satisfying. There's like no super tight nooks and crannies. Everything is all like big flat platforms, big flat walls, and all that. I think that sort of thing makes it really easy to see like all your work come together. It's like all the flatness, but also none of there is like super heavy either. So I can probably choose like the green or something. It'll probably still come off fine. Let's see. Anyone ever explained to you what kind of compound these fish structures such as these? Was it like a creosote? I think that's what skate parks are made out of. Creosote something? Or was that like the children's park, the children's playground? I might be mixing it up. I think there was something in this game about like a creosote. I've only heard that the term creosote like in one other place, and that was when I was a kid playing Minecraft. I think some like industrial machinery type mod packs, and they had this thing called creosote oil, and I'd like, what that? And little kid me thought creosote oil was like cooking oil, so I thought it was like a food. And little me was wondering, why would you use that in like industrial applications? I mean, I technically still don't know what it is. Like, it might be food. Maybe I'm thinking of like canola oil or something. Is that a food? Oh well. I don't work with food, unfortunately. Wait, isn't there an achievement for like pushing the ball out of the bowl? I'll get there. I might forget about that achievement, but I'm probably gonna do that anyway. So I'll get it in time. I just have to double check to make sure I unmuted and everything. I saw on Twitter like checklist or something that's like, oh here has forgotten to like unmute while they started stream, and then they went for like 20 minutes or something. Couldn't have been me. Actually, it might have been me. I think that might have happened to me like very rarely. Probably because I'm still pretty new, so it's not really a whole lot to like, there's not a whole lot of evidence. But in time, it'll probably happen. Generally, I don't think I mind the scuff too much. I feel like I kind of embrace the scuff. I still feel bad when it happens, like, it still, it still lowers my confidence. But overall, I think people should embrace the scuff. It's kind of like why I like VTubers, and why I don't typically watch, like, movies and other, like, crafted media. Because the way I describe it is like, I want to watch a person, not a show. I want to watch somebody authentic instead of a story that somebody wrote. Get that one up there. I never thought PowerWash would have so much parkour, but I guess I can overlook it. It's mostly not that hard parkour. Just gotta get the... I don't have like the short, I only have like the stubby and the long. I want to like extend it out a little bit, but not too much. Like the long hair is probably... it's usable, but... I guess I'll just stick with the long extension. You know what I'm half worried about? This could probably happen at any second, but Loon told me, like, recently, I think it was like yesterday or something. Like, I told her my plans to do an Insomnia stream tonight, and they said they might show up if they remember, and if they don't, immediately fall asleep after their event ends. So, I'm half worried that they're just gonna come in and like, they're just gonna be treated to like 7 hours of me soft talking. Which, I mean, you know, it's a treat for them, I guess. But you know, it's not supposed to be free for them, you know? I gotta make them pay for it. I think also the fact that Loon has told me that they really like my voice, and I think it's really soothing and calming. And if I remember what they said correctly, they told me like they seek out my voice when they want to calm down and relax, which I think is a really good compliment. So if they come in like this and I'm talking like this, I feel like they're gonna have a stroke. Also, Lynn, if you're here uh, for free, like time for here. Like, I don't want to use the ladder. have to use the ladder. So I'll mark this one down like right here. And I'll get the rest of that later. I kind of want to leave the graffiti though. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, the skate park is big, but it's like all flat and not tough at all. Some levels have some really nasty nooks and crannies, but the skate park here is not like that at all. It's all big, flat, and the dirt's pretty light too. Like, if this was a more endgame level, I feel like I'd have to be up super close like this, and just like wash it off like it's rust or something. I want to try and keep the graffiti. I hope I can. I might be able to. Actually, can I put the stool on the... Nice. We love physics here. I say knowing full well that I dropped out of physics in high school. You know, I thought the dirt would be heavier. Right. I think I might actually have to remove the graffiti, which is kind of sad. Maybe put the stool down somewhere else. I think like I would probably use the ladder more if I could put it back down on the ground, but I don't think you can. I think once you pick up the ladder, you have to put it against a wall or something. That's what I don't like about it. The main reason I don't like the ladder is because, like, from what I've seen of it, it's really easy to fall off the ladder, and I think they have changed it. Because I remember reading the patch notes that they noted that a lot of people complained of the ladder, saying it was so easy to fall off, and nobody used it, so everyone hated the ladder. And so they made a fix for the ladder. So they made it so you stuck to the ladder unless you jumped off. I think in their wording they said you'll stick to the ladder unless you very obviously want to jump off, in which case you will jump off. Which is good, but I like to think of it as a meme that everyone just hates on the ladder. But the scaffolding, however, I do like the scaffolding. Although one thing I'm not looking forward to at all is, I think, that one fire station level where it's like, you have to clean the fire station and then this really, really tall tower. And I saw that there was an achievement for cleaning that tower without using the scaffolding. And I do want an achievement hunt, so I'm probably gonna do that. The question is, when? Like, I'm eager for the challenge, but I'm not eager to, like, feel how painful that's gonna be. I wonder what all this graffiti even is. I wonder if they have like a Stussy somewhere. Like, you know that really fancy S that like every edgy school kid draws? Where there's like, they draw 6 vertical lines, like 3 on top, 3 on bottom. And then they connect all the lines a certain way, and then it produces the S, that really fancy S. That's apparently called the Stussy. The only reason I know it's called Stussy is because I think back in the day, like Agario, Agara.io, that era, I think there was a skin you could get, and it was just that thing, and it was called the Stussy skin. So that's how I learned what that thing was called. That's just something. Just tell it needs to sit towards me. And have it float there. Oh, that's good enough. I was playing Honkai Star Rail today because I usually play it like at night, really late at night, like right before the server resets, like 1 hour before the server takes over to the next day. That's how I usually do it, except today, I was planning on doing a very long stream, so if I didn't do it earlier in the day, I probably would have like missed a day, and I've invested far too much into my like 200 plus day login streak to want to lose it. So yeah, I did log on earlier and like do all my stuff. I double checked. I think to double prepare for today, I stayed on like until the server reset, like the next day take over yesterday, so that if I happen to miss today, it would still count because like I was on the game right when the servers reset, so that probably counts. I hope that counts. It better count. It probably does count. Because a lot of the time that just sort of happens, and then like 4 a.m. takes over, and then I get the next day's quests and everything, and like every daily thing resets. It probably counts. Wait. Is there stuff like on top of the wall there? I can reach that, right? I'll just barely gonna have to use like the yellow nozzle for that. And regrettably, it's time to get rid of this graffiti. Which is kinda caked on there. Actually, not very often I would put like the turbo nozzle. This is probably the place for it. Sorry, graffiti, it's time to go. I'm sure you were beautiful. Yeah. I was talking about Star Rail, and I logged on today, and like I was looking at some guides. I was theoretically building some teams. I was doing theoretical team crafting. Because lately in Star Rail, you hear a lot about like, oh, power creep, like a whole bunch of really powerful units are coming out back to back to back. And they are, as someone who's been playing Star Rail for like almost a whole year. They are. They've been releasing like a lot of really banger units lately, back to back. And a lot of people are worried about like power creep, like is it really okay to power creep this fast, this much? And I will agree that they are ramping up really fast, but I'm not gonna complain as long as I get the units, you know? And apart from Jingliu, I've managed to keep up with every, like, meta unit so far. So technically, I'm good. Although, in the recent time, it's gonna look a little dicey. Because I was originally going to roll for Sparkle. And then I saw, Acheron, like, Acheron's teasers and stuff. And I saw her animations and I thought, I need that character. Like, I read the lore and stuff. She has a really great presence in the current story. So I thought to myself, I need that character. But I took a look at some of like her numbers, and unfortunately, her numbers look a little bit suspect in the bad way. I took a look at the. I mean, I saw this on a dream, by the way. And in theory, what I've heard is that she doesn't seem to be quite it. So, and if that happens to be the case, if that happens to actually be true when she comes out, then I might actually skip her regrettably. Because I saw like who's coming afterwards, and I really want them too. He looks like a great unit. I kind of want them all. If only I could get them all. I might actually roll for Sparkle, because I do have Imbibitor Lune, and if I ever want Imbibitor Lune to like rise up and be meta viable again, I'm going to need Sparkle, like without a doubt in my mind, because I agree that Imbibitor Lune had his time in the spotlight, but he had a major flaw, and that flaw was skill point management, because he was so skill point hungry. And because of that, it's almost completely impossible to like build a team and not have it be focused around him. If you have him on your team, it's his team, and it has to be built around him. It's like his skill point generation is like -3 a turn. Every single one of his turns, he wants to use 3 skill points. And that is a pretty major issue, because -3 by itself, all of a sudden, you have a 3 skill point deficit, and you have three other team slots. So it has to be him and 3 other characters who are skill point positive, and that's really hard to do. I think my current team for him is like, I have him, Ting Yun, which is E6 by the way, and I'm very fortunate for that. I also ran Welt. Like in the beginning, I might have changed it out, but in the beginning I ran Welt because my thinking was, I gave him the imaginary relic set, like the full 4-piece, and what that does is, when you're attacking debuffed enemies, your crit rate increases by 10%. If the enemy is in prison, I think it's like your crit damage increases by some amount too. And my thinking was, oh, Wealth can imprison enemies just for free. So I thought that was a good pairing. And it probably was. Like, it was good thinking. But I think subconsciously I kind of knew it might not have been it, because I never raised Welt like to the maximum. Like everyone on that team, my Baby Lune team, is like fully built, except for Welt. Welt is sitting at like level 70, like level 70 Lycone, 0 points in his traces. I haven't touched his traces at all, like not even the bonus ones, so I'm missing out on free damage. It's like I'll I want to say I'll probably build him up eventually. Because I've heard people talk about like DPS Welt is great and now he's cracked if he builds him as DPS. But by the time I actually get around to that, I think he's probably going to be a bit washed up, to put it lightly. Yeah, probably. But I can dream. I mean, I played Genshin for like, what was it, 3 years, 2 years? I don't know. A really long time. Super long time. I think... So, I first got into Genshin Impact when the first Ganyu banner was out, like the release of Ganyu, that's when I got in. And as luck would have it, I pulled for Ganyu, and I got Ganyu. The original Ganyu banner. Little did I know that this random pull, as a beginner, because I didn't know who to pull for and who was good, I didn't know that they would end up becoming the benchmark test for every future DPS. Like, for basically the next 3 years or so, because they were so good, they were so broken. Sometimes I feel like pulling Ganyu as my very first limited character kind of ruined my experience, because in Genshin, there was also a meme like, oh, if you struggle to do something, just use Ganyu, because if you have Ganyu, you can't complain because she's everything. And she was. She was absolutely everything. I remember like the talks in the beginning, like, oh, she's just cryo amber. Oh, she's not that good. She's gonna be cracked, washed up immediately. Oh, she's a support. I look at some guides online on how to use her, and they said, oh, she's a support. You put up her ultimate, and then you swap to someone else, someone better. And they changed that rating so quickly when they realized that Ganyu was broken, overpowered. They could not live with their own failure, and it brought them back to Ganyu. I'll get up there too. And thinking about it now, I was gonna say Ganyu is really well designed, which is true, I believe. But I think what I meant to say was Amber was really badly designed, because let's compare the two. One of the main criticisms about Amber is that her taunt is really bad, like abysmally bad. The way it works is that you hold it to charge it up, and while you're holding it, you stand still, which is really bad for a taunt. Like, oh, you need to get some enemies off of you. Let me just stand still for like 4 seconds so I can throw it really far away. And by then, all the enemies are going to be right up on you anyway, and you're the closer target. So that's bad, for one. I mean, you technically don't have to charge it, you can just tap it and you will drop it right at your feet. Which is also kinda bad, but better. In that at least then it's a 50% chance who the monsters are gonna target. 50% you, 50% your decoy, bear and bunny. I mean no disrespect to bear and bunny. Whereas Ganyu's taunt is instant. It's only a tap. It instantly throws out a little like decoy and it moves you backwards. So it's immediate. Well, also, throwing it out does damage as well. And it's also like a little stagger against small enemies. So with Ganyu, you tap it, you throw it out, stagger any enemies that are nearby, and you immediately take a step back. You're immediately creating space between you and the enemy. Whereas Amber is you tap it, you drop a little dancing bear and bunny on the ground that doesn't do damage until it explodes, and it's just not that great. Yeah. Also, I think there was a lot of criticism about Amber's ultimate because her ultimate uptime is like pretty bad. And I guess it doesn't have to be super high because it's designed to be more like a single burst kind of thing instead of like a sustained thing. But this is notable because Ganyu's ult not only does great damage, but also has amazing support capabilities. But also, if you're good enough at the game and if you gear it properly, you can have her ult at 100% uptime. If you play your cards right, that thing will never ever go down, and it will permanently be up. Which is great. So what spot did I miss? Oh wait. It's the Stussy, isn't it? Man. I wanted to keep that, but I guess I'll have to get rid of it. The turbo. Yeah, actually I could probably make my own Stussy. I'm normally not one for like drawing things in PowerWash Sim, but I see a lot of people do it. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone play this game and not draw something with a Power Washer. It's probably a rite of passage. What if I'm just boring because I don't do anything exciting? Oh well, that's someone else's problem. Until I realize that I'm not getting any like viewership because I'm not doing anything exciting. And only then will it be my problem. But I'm not there yet. Unless you count current viewership. In which case, I might be pretty close. I feel like I started talking a lot softer after like a while. I think when I first started the stream today, I started like with like what could probably pass for an ASMR voice, and then slowly I've come up with like more energy, which is good. It's a good thing to be able to do. But for tonight, for now at least, I think I want to keep it like ASMR worthy. Because I think that's what this deserves. I get all these talk bits. I would leave this for last, but it's gonna annoy me so much to like be 90% done these walls and be missing only the top. So I might as well do like all these top bits now. I suppose this is technically a top-down approach. Maybe, maybe not even technically, maybe it's literally, because I'm starting from the top and I'm working down. Actually, you know what I want to say? I started talking about Honkai Star Rail because there was a thing I wanted to bring up. So in the past, originally in the past, uh, Ayla would occasionally would send you a text, like saying that they were hungover and they asked you for a hangover cure or something. But I recently learned today that they actually changed that text. Like they changed it from being about a hangover to her being really tired and asking you if you know any good remedies for being tired. Because originally she asked you for remedies about hangovers, but now she asks you for remedies about being tired. I'm a little disappointed because I think Ayla being a drinker is like part of the lore. Like I was looking at the Pride One Institute evaluation review, and one of the points against Ayla was that she was a drinker, which is a joke point, doesn't really do anything. And I thought to myself, like, oh yeah, she did have that like one little text, and then I went to check it again because the thing I do in Honkai Star Rail is that I don't respond to the text. I just leave them on the phone because it makes me feel wanted and desired to leave everybody on red all the time. But I don't do that in real life. But this is okay because it's fiction. So I went to look at her message again because I wanted to see it. And then I noticed it wasn't about being drunk anymore. It was about her being really sleepy. And then I went on the internet to check if see if anyone else noticed it. And yes, some people did notice it. I think no matter what though, people are never gonna forget like the original Pela. I also found out that apparently Pela is 16. So Pela, like original Pela is known for like underage drinking, which I mean sure, give your characters some character, but very interesting choice by Hoyoverse there, at least if you ask me. To get every speck of this thing, because I don't have to have to like climb up here and walk around the whole place again just for this little speck. I should stretch. Because the bot's not gonna tell me to stretch. The bot doesn't tell me to stretch unless it's like someone sends 5 messages or something. Which is probably okay. Because like if I ever guess anyone shows up actually, then like I'll probably get excited and then only then I actually might forget to stretch. So that's good. Technically. I mean, depending on who shows up, they're probably not gonna let me forget to stretch anyway. So I might be fine. What? I was about to say, I really like all this light dirt. Like big maps that are full of just light dirt, light grime. I wonder if there's like a level where that's exactly what it is, like big level, but really light dirt. But I think I was looking at the achievements earlier, like last time, and I saw there was an achievement for like doing a level with like only the white nozzle. So that level there must be like really big but really light. Can't wait to get there. Hang on. Hold on a second. Okay, like I see this like little shadow. That must be like the cat, but where's the cat? I don't understand light. I dropped out of physics. Probably somewhere in the tree. Well, I'll probably see it later. I don't want to forget about that thing. The cat. Turbo for this. I think the turbo is like better at long range. Let me see. Just like that, but then if you go long range with the turbo, like it's a lot bigger and faster as opposed to short range. Yeah, I think short range is like kind of the same as just the red nozzle. Actually, what if I just... why don't I test that theory? Just... yeah, that's really fast. It's spinning really fast. Let me add my own spin on it. I used to play Osu. I was never good at it though. I... I was always a 6-digit. Like, well, mostly. When I first started out, I was a 7-digit. Because, of course. But I barely made it out of 7 digits. Throughout my entire Osu career, I've basically been sitting around like 600 or 700,000. Right there, 100,000. Yeah, 6 or 700,000. So I don't really get to say I'm good at Osu because it's really strict based on like when you're allowed to brag about it. Ah, here it is. The last ping pong paddle. And that thing. This thing probably would have done it actually, if I just knew about it. time to do the benches. I'm gonna keep getting caught up on this cat. You know, if Loon shows up, I'm gonna ask Loon for a cat location. Cattle location. Oh, I'm glad I caught that. That would have tortured me, like, at the end, because I wouldn't have been able to find it. This thing I'm right up close to, so I can probably just stubby it. Wait. Okay, that dirt's a little bit heavy. If I yellow nozzle it. Since I'm just gonna sweep like back and forth anyway as I walk across this thing. And next time I see like a tough spot like that, I want to see what it is. It's just grime. Okay, what is that stuff? Lichen. Okay. Well, that explains why it's so hard to wash off. Chewing gum. That's even worse. Maybe I should have done the floor first so I don't flashbang myself every time I hit tab. That probably would have been a smart idea. It's technically not too late for me to go back and change my approach, but I'm committed to this now. But it's gonna autocomplete when I get most of it anyway. Back at the back and other side too. I think this bench here might actually be the toughest part of this level. Because it's like, it's right up against the wall and it's really hard to get behind. And it's like, you gotta get the underside too. And it's got some really tough grime on it, comparatively. Like everything else in the level, it just washes off. I'll probably come back here with like a more stronger power washer and just like white nozzle the whole place. I might do that actually. That might be really satisfying. Well, it's going to be really satisfying since That's kind of what this whole thing is about. Oh, there we go. I forgot I got text messages. I mean, how in the heck do you make a slope out of concrete? And that says something about creosote. Like, I think recently I was rewatching Markiplier play some PowerWash Sim, and he was talking about like, oh, the devs reached out to him and asked him what he thought the lore of this game was like, and he didn't know what to tell them. Although I think Game Theory did an episode about the lore of PowerWash Sim. It pretty makes pretty good sense. I kind of wonder like how much of it they actually thought out, and how much of it was just like cow tools. For anyone that doesn't know what cow tools are, it's like it's a literary device, like our literary approach, where in world building, you give the semblance that there's something there, except you only put them for the semblance of something's there. You don't actually give it lore, because the players will see that, and they'll make their own lore. And then what you do, as a developer, is you just smile and nod, and say, wow, you're so smart, you're right. I kinda wonder if that's what PowerWash Sim devs did, because there's no way you want to play a game like this, and you really thought about the lore. There's no way, right? If they did, then that's crazy. Did I miss a bit of like chewing gum or something? Oh, these. That's probably it. A little bit there. There. Almost got a whole section done. I can go back to the greed nozzle. I'm gonna check it like, all around the tools, because I'm not picking up that ladder. That ladder is staying on the ground where it deserves to be. Check the like a little longer thing. So we don't have to move as much. I should probably move the stool just in case. Yeah, there's little like pizzas. I wonder who invented the term pizzas. Like, isn't that what you say about the cat's paws? Where it's like a mesh between paws and feet, so they call them pizzas. I feel like I should probably be like more than 22% done, but I guess it makes sense since I kind of did all the hard work first, and then I'm really gonna wrap up all the easy stuff afterwards. I really like this aim mode that they added. At first I thought like, oh, that's kinda weird. I'm not wondering what use that, but I can see it now. Because otherwise you'd be shaking around like this, and for somebody who has played games all their life, or is like really experienced with first-person games, that's probably not so bad. But for this game, for a game that's trying to be like, really relaxing and satisfying to watch, it was a good idea to like ease up on the camera motions. Now, if this was Lethal Company, like my paranoia stat would be through the roof like that. Because for those of you that didn't know, in Lethal Company, like you know how at the end of end of every moon, like everyone gets a stat like most profitable, sustained the most injuries, most paranoid employee. So I know how the most paranoid one is calculated. It's calculated based on camera movement. So like the idea with paranoia is that like you get jump scared and then like you shake the camera or something, and then that raises your paranoia stat because like, oh, this person got scared because they're moving the camera a bunch. This person's paranoid, like, oh, it's looking behind them, like there's a bracken. That's how they track the paranoia stat. And I told doing this, and they said something like, "Oh, they're gonna be paranoid all the time," because like when someone's talking to them, they nod their camera up and down like this to show that they're listening, and that's probably raising their paranoia stat. But at least they know it now, and at least they can laugh about it, because that is funny. You nod your head in anxiety, because you don't want to sound like you don't understand, so you just nod your head and pretend that you do, even if you don't actually. Which probably happens sometimes. Like, I trust Loon to tell me if they need clarification on something, but it's a little bit funny to think about. It's funny to think about until, like, you realize that anxiety is a real issue, and then, like, oh, you gotta, like, actually clarify that this is no big deal. So, anyone who knows me, like, they should probably know that I play games a lot, and I take games really seriously. And like I do kind of get offended when people say it's just a game because like you can't really say that for somebody else. But to some extent it is kind of true. Like I have a problem when people say that to dismiss somebody's interest, like because they don't approve of what you're doing. Like that I'm not okay with. But if it's like someone's actually getting upset, like genuinely upset about the game and not like about losing or anything, then it's like or like worrying about if they're not playing the game well. If they're worried about not playing the game well, then that's not a big deal. Cause I learned fairly recently that I don't play games the way everyone else does. I'm just feral, which is unique in its own right, but it was a bit of a wake-up call to realize. If I miss a spot, it's probably like under the bench or something. Or there. Or the ladder. I could probably just move the ladder and do this way easier, but I don't want to touch the ladder. We don't use the ladder in this house. Although, In the fire station level, I might actually have to, if I really got that achievement. Because I've seen people play it, and that's a tall building. I think the scaffold is gonna give you is like 9 stories or something. Can I white nozzle this? I kinda can, but it's, I gotta go over it a little bit. Okay, how do I want to handle this one? I think I want to handle the floor last, so I think I'm gonna go around the corners, the edges, and do all the walls and graffiti. Graffiti, regrettably. I wish I could keep the graffiti. Like, what is a skate park without graffiti? I feel like it's it's not really a skate park, you know. Like, what's a human being without scars? It feels too clean. It feels uncanny. You just get all this grime. Because like I do complain a little bit about the autocomplete going a bit too fast. Like autocompleting something when I'm clearly gonna do it myself. Like that's a small issue, but the graffiti I'm okay with because I don't really want to get rid of the graffiti. In part because it's like the toughest thing here on this map, but also because I feel like it belongs. I wonder if I could play this with a tablet. Actually, I probably could try it. I have a tablet right next to me because I used to play Osu. It's a Wacom CTL 480. It's an antique of its time. They're not sold anymore. Like, if somebody owns this thing, they're an Osu player. Like, if I walk into somebody's house and I see this tablet, they play Osu, without a doubt in my mind. I think, like, every Osu player knows that too. Like, if somebody's got a Wacom tablet, especially one like this, they're an Osu player. Though I think the true antique Osu tablet is a Wacom Intuos or something. Intuos 480. And mine's the CTL 480. Might be the same thing. It looks completely identical. Like, you see an Osu player pull out their tablet and it's this thing. 100%. I wish you could like change the color of the highlight because it's kind of bright. I just flashbang myself every time I use it. I get around to this corner here, and I'll clean up the finer details. think last time I played this, I talked about like wondering if there was like a Dark Souls Power Washer mod to make it like a little like more difficult and like kind of BS, but like still fun to play. And I have ideas. Like my first idea was that like make the dirt drip down, so like if you clean something on the bottom row here, and then you clean something up top, like the top grime would like leak down to the bottom, and you have to re-clean the bottom. That could be one idea. But also, I said before that like, what if you had to pay for your water? So like, if you didn't like wash smart, you would like basically go into debt and have a game over basically. Which, sure, that kind of fixes the Dark Souls feel, and it's really tough and unforgiving. But I feel like that's not actually fun. Although I'm literally talking about ideas for a mod to make the game less fun. But I think a better implementation would be like, for example, you have limited water to like go refill or something. Like maybe you have this little bucket next to you or something. You can pick it up, carry it with you. Then every so often you have to like interact with the bucket. And then maybe this bucket has like X amount of refills. And then you have to like pick up the bucket and then go to, let's say, your van and then fill up the bucket. That could be something. I got that idea from Roblox because a while ago I played a PowerWash sim on Roblox and it was kind of terrible. Like, it was satisfying, like actually cleaning all the stuff. Like, the problem was you ran out of water and you'd have to go refill. And I mean you have to go refill. So like the play area where you wash everything would be like here, and then to refill you have to go to the ocean. And let's say for example, like you're here, you're cleaning stuff like over there or something, cleaning that tree there, and then you run out of water. And then the distance you would have to walk to go to the ocean is like, sure, you walk around, you know, and then like at this point maybe you'd be like on the other side of the play area, and then you get into like no man's land where there's nothing, and it's just a really long walk to the ocean. And you can't sprint, by the way. You have to walk normally, and then you keep walking, and then like and then you get to the ocean like right here, and then you stand in the ocean for 1 minute, 60 seconds to actually like fill up your water, and then you turn around, and then you walk all the way back without sprinting because there is no sprint. Yeah, so you walk back slowly, back into the play area, back where you were, and then start washing again for all of 2 minutes, and then you run out again. And it was pretty terrible. Unless you paid. The problem with the Roblox games is that like all the ones that get promoted and like shoved in your face, the ones they give you are like really predatory and badly monetized. And like I get it based on the Roblox's business model and stuff, but it really doesn't. I get why people hate Roblox and meme on it so much because like the experience you get trying to do anything on Roblox, trying to find something decent, like it's deserved to get memed on so much and to be hated, kinda. Because the thing is, Roblox promotes profitable games. Like you go onto the front page, the home page, and what they recommend to you are games that are profitable for them. And again, also adding to that, Roblox is predominantly a children's game for little kids, like young, impressionable little kids who probably like ask their parents for like, I don't know, a Roblox card or something, and they buy it for them because they don't know what it is, like, but it makes their kid happy, so here you go. So they buy the kid like, I don't know, a couple hundred Roblox, and then their kid like blows it all instantly on some pointless, inane little thing, and then there you go. Like the things you buy with Robux within the games, those microtransactions are really lame. Like for example, okay, I need to talk about like the kind of games you would see promoted. So one of the games that has been promoted, like on some occasion, is a game where you climb up you climb up a wall with stairs. Like you start on the ground, and then there'd be like a step in front of you, and then you jump up that step, and then you jump up the next step, and then you jump up the next step. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do that for like 2 hours or something. It's a kid's game. Kids are probably gonna do that. But what you can do with like Roblox in that little game is there's a nuke command that will instantly kill everyone on your instance and put them back at the bottom. And it is a really lame scam and like really predatory, but I've seen some videos of people doing that, and like the kids throw an absolute fit when like they were almost there. They were like 20 minutes away from the finish line, and then like someone nukes them, and then they get sent like back to the bottom and lose 2 hours of work, or 2 hours of work in heavy air quotes. Yeah. You know what I miss? Because, okay, I was like an OG Roblox player, like way back in the day, before all this like in-game microtransaction stuff was a thing. Before there was like a whole app for it. Like the way it was back in my day, it's like you go on the site, you click on a game, and then it would like open the thing, and you'd play the game, right? I remember back when they had places like you get a little house to decorate, like your own little app, and that was it. I don't think they do that anymore. No one has a place anymore, which I guess isn't so bad because 99% of the time, no one will do anything. They'll just play Roblox to play other people's games. I wonder what I'd do if I still had my old Roblox account, which unfortunately I don't think I do. Do I still want it? Probably not, in all honesty. But I wonder. Oh, you know what I miss? I remember what I was going to talk about. I miss ticks. It's like the free currency you get from like playing the game. I don't even know what the criteria was. Like you played the game, you played some games, and then every so often you'd get some tickets that you can use inside the catalog to buy cosmetics or something. Yeah, so I think they removed that. Because playing modern day Roblox is like, I have not seen that anywhere. I've not seen any mention of tickets. So that's probably like from the 2007 era Roblox. I remember, like, I bought this hat. I think it was called like a Garudia on Exile. It's this green little helmet thing, and that was like my favorite hat as a kid because I thought it looked really cool. And then as a kid, I also had an obsession with SpongeBob, so I had this SpongeBob skin. Thinking back now, I remember what it looked like, and it was pretty like cringe. But that was like sort of my look back in the day. Nowadays, though, since I have the whole Raichu brand, I think I'm a little more consistent on that now. In the yellow. And give me the stubby. Actually, no, give me the long. I thought I'd be done this map in like half an hour, but it's been like an hour and a half, and I'm not even halfway done. How do people speak on this game without using soap? Like, at some point in the future, am I really gonna like watch PowerWash speedruns? Probably. Considering me and the kind of things I typically get up to. I'd be surprised if I didn't. Let me take a drink actually. I need to re-sultrify my voice. There. A little bit better now. Actually, I think I sound a little bit more dehydrated than before. Although I guess I wasn't wrong when I said I had to re-sultrify my voice. I think this is good. I'm trying not to burp, because like, right before stream started, I was like eating a bag of chips, because I was feeling kind of hungry. I was kind of worried that like I'd have to eat them on stream and risk a whole bunch of crunchy sounds. Like, and I did test it a bit, and oh, hey there. I've got one heck of a empty sidecar if you can fit us in. I can run up to you if that helps. Sue Mary. Dark morning. If there's one thing I know about concrete, it's that it likes to be as flat as possible. saying. I did test, like, I tried crunching into the mic, and it didn't seem to pick it up, so that's a good thing. Although, I put my food away, so I probably won't, like, crack it open again unless I get hungry again. Well done. I got this little nook here. There we go. That's a good nook. You know what? So, I think, so today I heard that Loon was like gonna like hang out in like a VR chat, like party or something. I think it was Virality. I considered joining, but I couldn't like find the time today. I thought about joining like to say hi right before I started, but I didn't have the time. I wonder how long it goes for. Wait, actually, I think Loon said it went for 24 hours, so I think that's probably my answer. From what I understand, it's gonna be like they're mainly gonna be blasting music there. I don't think Loon's gonna be like here and there at once, because I feel like that's two very, very different vibes that probably don't go together. Like me power washing in a quiet, deep voice. Because for once, I'm not trying to be actiony and stuff, I'm just chilling. And I'm going to be chilling for 7 hours, probably. So there's that, and then like on the other hand, there's gonna be like music blasting all over the place, like sensory overload. So that probably doesn't mix very well. Oh well, there's gonna be a VOD, like actually. Loon, if you're listening to the VOD right now, tell me a joke or something. I want you to give me some indication that you watched the VOD. Something that'll like sound really endearing. I don't know, like what's a cheesy joke like I can make you tell me? I don't know, I'll probably have to think of something. Like tell me you watched this VOD without telling me you watched this VOD in a really cheesy way. This is what I'm saying. And also, if you are, I hope that you're relaxed and you're doing alright. And I hope you didn't fall asleep by this point. I think I'm gonna... probably gonna leave that there for last. Or am I? I'll get that soon. I'm not gonna leave that for last. And now all this railing grime. I hope this is all light. Because I don't want to deal with like more bubblegum with this thing. And this railing's pretty big, so I imagine it's gonna be predominantly light grime. Light dirt, light work, no reaction. Story of my life. Except it's never light work. It's variable difficulty work, no reaction. Unless I'm talking about that one time in college where I had like, on 2 separate occasions, the worst 2 group experiences of my life. I tell this story like sometimes, like whenever I'm trying to cultivate a feeling of frustration or something. So I was like mobile application development, and we were gonna make up phone apps. That's cool. And the whole course was based around like group work. Like every assignment, it was a group. So it was like day one, like week one, I should say. Find a group, and that is your group for the entire year, for like the entire course. So whatever group you pick, it better be a good group because you're stuck with them for the whole course. So first time I took that course, I was like, I don't know anybody, so I'm just gonna like get randomly assigned a group, which I'll tell you now was like the biggest mistake of my life. I didn't have a group at the end, so like I was auto-assigned a group. I was auto-assigned a group of the last remaining people. And in hindsight, I can tell you now, they don't have a group for a reason. So if I had to give advice to finding a group for group work, my advice would be actually find a group. Don't get auto-assigned, especially if it's a group of the last remaining people, because I can tell you, those people don't have a group for a reason. Probably because, well, they're not really good students, and they're probably not people you would want on your team per se. Although I was one of those people, so I can't really complain too much. Maybe maybe I deserved it. Oh yeah. So okay, I get all assigned a group of these people, and then like they call in the meeting on like the first day we could assign this group, and it's like, okay, we're all gonna meet up here and we're gonna discuss what we do. And I agree, so like I kind of agree. I show up there and I tell them like, hey, I gotta go home right now, but here's my contact info. Here's here's who I am on Discord, so add me to a Discord group or something. And they did. And I went home and I thought it was good. And they formulated a plan. Like they said they're gonna show up at the college on this day, on this weekend, and do all the work. And I said like I can't do that. I'm busy. I can't make it. But let me know if there's anything I can do. And I tell people that interaction now, and they tell me like I sounded like really dismissive, like I sound like really lazy, so maybe I should have worded it differently. But that's what I said, and I thought that would be the end of it. So I said that, and they didn't say anything. And then they finished the first assignment and handed it in. And then I got an email from the professor saying that like my group said that I didn't do anything and I didn't deserve the mark. And the professor wanted to hear like my side of the story, which really good on him. I'm really glad they did that. And I explained to him that like I could not make it to the plans they had organized, and I showed him screenshots of the chat, and he was like, okay, yeah, like, uh, it's not your fault. Bad on them for excluding you, but we gotta sort this out. We gotta get you guys together. And he said that, and he said that the next time they all show up to class, he's gonna like sit us all down together. He's gonna help us make a plan to cooperate, right? Except they never attended classes. So like I'd be there every time because I always attend classes, and none of that group would show up. So he couldn't like talk to them. And it was just like kind of awkward for me. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Like I've got a group, they're not talking to me at all. Like I'm not getting anything done. So that was really awkward. And like the second assignment like rolled by and they did it all on their own too and didn't say a word to me. And it's like I should probably also add that overall it was like a rough time for me in life at that point anyway, so I had to like get out of there, so like I took a break from the college for a while, the program. So technically I did drop out because I had to. And that was probably the best decision I ever made in my life because, well, that's another story. So yeah, I got out. Worst group experience in my life, kinda. And like I said to them, like, hey, like, I think it really sucks that. Like before I left, I said like in the group chat, like, hey, I think it really sucks that we couldn't work together, but I've got some things I gotta sort out. Like, I hope you guys do well and stuff. Like, I wish you all the best. And they didn't say anything. Actually, that group chat that we had was kind of pointless. It was like mostly pointless. There was like nothing about work in there. And like, they didn't say anything. That was it. Pointless. And then, yeah, that was pretty bad. But then like, I went back to the program another year, like after I felt like I sorted out all my stuff and I was ready to try again. And I think that exam, like this next story is gonna be even worse. So like, same course, same program, same professor, same premise of everything group work. And like in my mind, I said like, okay, I don't, I still don't know anybody, but I know not to wait till last minute to get auto-assigned to group. So day one, I told my professor like, hey, I don't know anybody. Can you give me a group? And he's like, okay, I got you. Also, like, he remembered me from last time. Like day one was there and like he's doing attendance and he looks at me, he's like, do I know you from somewhere? And I'm like, I rolled my eyes and like, yeah, I was here like a year ago and I had to drop out and take care of some life things. And he's like, oh yeah, you're that guy who didn't do any work. And he said that in front of the whole class. I'm thinking like, okay, well, I'm here to try again. So yeah, he remembered me as the lazy guy who didn't do any work, which probably did not look good considering I had to like form a group and stuff. But I'm going to hope that the people, my fellow classmates, were like understanding, like maybe like I was busy or I had important stuff to do, which was absolutely true. I was busy and I had important stuff to do. So I said to my professor like, hey, I don't know anybody. Can you give me a group? And he's like, I got you. And I thought what he would do is like he would like round up a bunch of people who also said that they wanted a random group like day one, and that'd be that. That didn't actually happen. What actually happened was he waited until the last minute, until there was nobody else, and then he put me in the group with the last people again. And then I thought like, well, surely it's not gonna go like last time, right? And I was kind of right. It didn't go like last time. It went much worse. So, like, I didn't even get to like see these people. Like, he told me like, okay, this is your group. These are the names of these people. Good luck to get to work. And I had no idea who these people were. Like, no clue at all. I did know what they looked like. I only knew their name. But fortunately, when I was in another class, one of our group members came up to me and was like, hey, are you Dry? And I'm like, yeah, that's me. And he's like, great, we're in the mobile application development group together. And I'm like, great, let's add each other on Discord. And we did. We exchanged Discord contacts and stuff. And then he invited me to a Discord server. And I thought, like, okay, great start. We've got like communication away from the college. It's looking good. And then like assignment one got handed out. And I talked to him, okay, like this is the first assignment, how are we gonna do this? And said like we're gonna think about it. And I thought, okay, like sure, it's day one and we have like a really long time to do this, so sure. That and we have other things to do. And like a couple days go by, like maybe 3 or 4 days, and someone speaks up like, hey, do we have a plan for this yet? And I say something. I respond to this person like, I don't know. Like I asked a little while ago and no one really said anything. So I don't know what's going on. And so like I ping everybody, it's like, hey, do we have a plan for this yet? And nobody responds. So okay. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. We still got like 2 whole weeks to do it, and this is a small assignment. Like, if you sat down and did it, you could probably get it done in like 2 or 3 days. And I still had other stuff to do from other classes. So okay, whatever. And then like a couple more days later, some guy in their group speaks up like, hey, I did the. Let me trim it. Some guy in their group speaks up like, hey, I did the assignment. Where do I hand it in? And then we're like, you did the assignment? May we see it? Like I said, like, can we see it? Can you like share the repository for us so we can actually look at it and actually contribute in the future? And then he said, no, I don't want to. And then every other group member's like, okay, sure, hand it in. And I'm thinking like, what is wrong with this guy? What do you mean you don't want to share the repository? We're supposed to be a group. Like, what do you mean? I didn't even get to see the assignment. We didn't get to see anything at all. So we just had to take this guy's word for it. And he handed it in. And I thought, this guy kind of sucks. But whatever, I have bigger fish to fry. So yeah, he handed it in, single-handedly did the first assignment. And I thought, okay, great, whatever. I can focus on other stuff now. And like some time passes and my professor pulls me aside again. It's like, hey, like, they told me you didn't do any work. You gotta like, I know last year you didn't do any work either. You gotta step it up. And I'm thinking like, oh boy, here we go again. And he told me that the guy who did the assignment single-handedly was like furious with me specifically. That's what he said. And he told me that I should talk to him. And I thought like, okay. So I did. Like I reached out to him like, hey, the professor said you wanted to talk to me specifically. What's up? And then he explained to me, like actually really calmly, he wasn't mad at all. He explained to me that the rest of the group wanted to kick the both of us out because, one, I didn't do anything on the first assignment, and two, he did such a terrible job on the first assignment that everybody got a bad grade. So, yeah. Then I had questions like, what do you mean? Like, because I didn't do anything. They didn't do anything either. To my knowledge, if they did do something, they didn't tell me. Like, I'm pretty sure they didn't do anything because the guy finished the assignment. He had to announce to... What's that? Oh, something. He had to announce to the server that he did the assignment single-handedly, and I had to ask him to share the repository, and he said no. Okay. So I did what any rational person would do. Like I went to like the Discord server, I pinged everyone like, hey, this guy explained the situation to me. What's going on? Can you like actually explain this to me? And then every time I tell the story to people, when I get to this point, I tell them, you won't believe what they said to me. Because they won't. They didn't say anything. Didn't say anything at all. Just ghosted me. Like the whole Discord server was dead. It did not get used again after that point. And I'm thinking like, well, I was thinking, so I didn't have any words. And I still don't have any words. But that was really unfortunate because, like, I was a little bit better in life at that point, but I was still, like, fairly low spirits. And I really didn't have the will to, like, go on like that. I tell this story to Lou, and Lou, if you hear, like, I'm sorry I hear this again, but I told it to her, and she said, like, she hoped that I at least covered my ass and, like, had screenshots and stuff. Like, in case I had to defend myself. I think I did have screenshots. I don't know where, but I think I did. But I don't even know if I have them anymore. I might not have had screenshots. But I don't think it really matters much anymore. Because, like, if I ever do decide to go back again, like, it's gonna be with, like, different people and different stuff. And what happened, like, years ago, like, at least 1 year ago, is probably not gonna be relevant anymore at all. So, whatever. Actually, thinking about the whole situation now, it's kind of weird. Like, the guy who, like, approached me in real life and added me to the Discord server and on Discord and stuff, he had a really weird Discord username. Like, it was not a word or a phrase or anything. It was literally a bunch of letters. This guy's Discord profile account was just a bunch of letters. I'm going to try and attempt to tell you what it was, because I have no idea what it was. But it was something like MSKNHS98.5 or something. I have no idea what it was. Actually, I wonder if I still have them. I probably don't actually, because I was so, like, appalled by his professionalism that I probably, like, deleted the DM. Yep, I do not have him. Because I was so appalled by his professionalism, I just deleted the DM. And I'm not gonna dig it up again. Left on the railing here. There we go. I like the bowl. I might have to do like the bowl last. I want to save the best for last here. So with that, I think next up is these stairs and this ramp. I'll do this ramp. I'm just thinking about that one interaction again. Still can't believe, like, that guy. I'm still very much in the camp of thinking that, like, we need an education reform. Like, Loon's all about walkable cities. I'm all about education reform, because I've consistently had such a terrible experience at school. And like I get it. Like you listen to like any like person talking for real, like doing real talk, and they'll tell you that it's okay. It's like not for everyone. And I think they're right. And looking at historical records, they absolutely are right because it really not is not for everyone. It requires a certain like skill set just to be there. Like not even like being good at the material, just to learn it in that manner takes a certain skill set. And yeah, I didn't have it for a bunch of reasons. I think one of the big reasons why it didn't work for me was that I was not a morning person. Like I could not do it. Like one of the reasons I had to get out, like in the first place, was I had a statistics class and it was not working out great at all because this class was like in the morning, 8 a.m., earliest possible time slot. It was remote, so that's good. Like online virtual learning, e-learning, online class. That's the word, online class. Except this teacher was like really weird about like how strict he was, which is really unfortunate because statistics is the one branch of math that I remotely have any interest in. Statistics and probability. The reason I have an interest in it is because haha, I want to calculate my gotcha chances. Like if I do this many pulls and each pull has a this percent chance to like give me a 5-star, and every 10 pulls, if I don't get a 4-star or 5-star, the 10th one is guaranteed to at least be a 4-star. What is my average chance to get a 5-star with this many pulls? That kind of thing. So I went in like all optimistic, like thinking oh, I'm going to get this really obscurely useful skill that I'm going to use for like really pointless things and be happy about it. So I get in and then the first day he explains like how the course is going to work. So 10% of our grade would come from the final exam. The remaining 90% of the grade would come from like pop quizzes at the beginning of every class. I gotta hydrate. I gotta hydrate and resultrify my voice. So the remaining 90% of our grade will come from little like quizzes at the beginning of each class. And they were really strict. By little quizzes, they were like mini assignments actually. The idea was you show up at 8 a.m. on the dot, and that opens a 5-minute window. A 5-minute window to go to the course online, download the assignment PDF to look at the questions, read the questions, do them like on another document within the 5-minute time frame, save it, export that document as a PDF file, and submit it in a 5-minute time frame. Also, you have to show your work as if it was done on a piece of paper in a 5-minute time frame. If you lagged, too bad. If your internet died, too bad. If you couldn't upload your answer in time, too bad. Get 0. So that's how it was. And I found that like really difficult I feel like man, you don't have to be this strict. Like, why are you this strict? And I could not make it for multiple reasons because if I try and like get up too early, I will get sick. Regardless of what time I go to bed, like in the beginning, I tried getting up early for those 8 a.m. classes, and then I would get sick 100% of the time. And I thought like, oh man, I guess I better go to bed earlier. So I did. I went to bed like much earlier for like a week or 2 weeks, and I would still get sick upon waking up. And I thought like, this is really not working. I better like talk to accessibility services because this is not working. So I go to accessibility services because I'm having like health problems. And the first thing they ask me is like, okay, yeah, we can help you. Give us your documentation for your health condition. And I'm like, I don't have documentation for this health condition. They're like, well, we can't do anything for you. And so they didn't do anything for me because I didn't have any paperwork. I didn't have any documentation about my condition, and I still don't. On paper, I'm a healthy human being with no complications. Yep. So I just had to deal with it for like the whole course, the whole semester. And deal with it, I did not. Like I could not make it. Like one time, one time I tried to like force myself to be at my laptop and like do the work and stuff. I downloaded the assignment. I was doing it. Like I started writing stuff down, and like I got too sick to continue, and I absolutely had to leave, despite my best efforts to like stay. So I really could not do it. Like I would get sick to even too sick to even try. So, but at the very least, I ended that course with a very clean grade of absolutely zero, because I was not able to hand in anything. Clean grade though, nice. I got another star. I didn't get a text though. I thought I was supposed to get a text at every 20%. I should probably be doing bigger motions. Wait, I didn't do the little railing. There, much better. Actually, let me check a little quickly. saying. Well, I'm not a morning person, and I don't do mornings. I cannot do mornings, as evidenced by my experience in statistics class at 8 a.m. And then like the year I went back to try again, like finish off my degree and stuff, had another 8 a.m. class, except this time it was for advanced computer security. Except this one was in person, it was not online, so I had to get up at much earlier than 8 a.m. so I could like actually get food, go out and travel there. So I'd have to get up like an hour and a half earlier because, you know, commute time and like food, breakfast time and stuff. That was awful. But at least then, like, it was a little less about getting sick. Like, I still sometimes got sick, but on the days I didn't, I would just be really exhausted. And I would try going to bed like much earlier again, and I would still wake up really exhausted. Like, most of the time, I could not even like make it to the classroom. It's like I'd be really exhausted all the way there. I would arrive at the campus, like, and I would sit down in the foyer on a couch in the foyer, and what I would do is I would sleep right there for the entire 3 hour duration of the class. That is literally what I would do for like most of the time. Sometimes I would make it there and like I would sleep in the chair, but most of the time I would literally stop on the couch in the foyer and sleep there for 3 hours. Yep. Conveniently though, it was winter and I had like my winter coat, so it was actually kind of cozy. Because if I didn't have a winter coat, I think I would feel really awkward about like sleeping in public. So what I did was I just like pulled my hood down like over my face and stuff, so like no one could see my face, and it would block out all like a bunch of the light, and that enabled me to like sleep a bit. But I guess I technically wasn't sleeping because I still had my eyes open. I was like sleeping with my eyes open. Oh, hey, Loon. Welcome to the stream. We're 2 hours in. It's funny because I think like a few minutes ago, actually, like I checked to see if like you were still online and Discord said you were offline, so I thought like, oh, I guess Loon fell asleep. Oh well. But here you are. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to what I call PowerWash Puratory. Also, let me hydrate. Okay, yeah, no worries for showing up late. But I want to say, you probably should have come earlier because if you had come right from the start, you would have got to hear like my ASMR voice because since it's so late, I decided to be really quiet. So I really ramped up from ASMR voice. Let me hydrate again. And I joked like, oh man, if Loon's here, she's gonna get this ASMR voice for free. Yeah. Anyway. So I'm just doing the skate park level and talking about my dissatisfaction with my experience with education. I feel like that's kind of my thing. I guess it's the thing for a lot of people, like people talking about their school experiences or something. Actually, I'm gonna grab a little drink. I'll be right back. They put in my little thing. Okay, I'm back. I got a drink. I wonder if I can sync back into the ASMR voice, because I spoke like that for a while. I thought to myself, like, wow, this is actually a really nice ASMR voice. I should I should have more confidence in my voice. And then like I thought like, nah, that's probably silly. I should never have confidence in my voice. What am I thinking? Because it's uh it's very common for people to hate the sound of their own voice. Also because on occasion I think it's funny that I self-deprecate my own voice, knowing full well that what I say isn't actually true and I only say it for ironic purposes. And I know I actually have value, but I like to pretend that I don't have value. And I find some humor in that, which it does sound really silly when I say it out loud. But yeah. I wonder if I'll ever stop doing that. Yeah. Because like people always say it like it does have an effect on you, like if you keep on self-deprecating. And I think I agree with that, except I think it mostly applies to when you genuinely feel that for a second. Like, like I joke about that, knowing full well that it isn't actually true. I say it to make fun of that fact because I say it like, wow, can you listen to this thought? That's such nonsense. I make fun of my own thoughts. I think that's what it is. Like, hi, wow, listen to this loser. This loser doesn't know like what true art is. But yeah, I think I think a lot of people should be more confident. Like up to a certain extent, like shyness to an extent is like attractive and endearing. Yeah, you get it. Like I'm thinking about like artists, and I think artists are the best example of someone who I think like should have more confidence in their work because so many artists I know think that their work is terrible, like they do a piece and they hate it, and I don't know why, because like I could never make something like that unless, well, figuratively, I could never make something like that. In practice, I probably never will make something like that because all work is unique. It's not that I can never work the standard, but It's that they create something that's so unique, and that's something no one else could ever create. Except AI, but that's another story. You get what I'm saying. Like, someone shows me a piece of art and they show it to me and then talk about how much they hate it. They point out all the flaws, but where I think it's okay to point out all the flaws so you know like where to improve next time. But I think they should take a lot more pride in their work. Yeah. Except for me. I like my own art. Maybe it's because like I kind of went into the pursuit of art with the mindset like I'm going to be proud of my art no matter how bad it is, and if people hate it, then I'm going to shove it in their face even more. Like, how do you hate it now? True art makes you feel something. If my true art makes you hate it, then I'm a good artist. Like, I think it was a meme that. So I asked Briar to teach me like digital art because I was curious a while ago, and we would sometimes do this thing where like we would draw something together. And the first time we drew something, it was like they gave me verbal directions on what to draw, and I drew it like that. And it ended up being a really like scuffed version of Chibica. And with context, it makes sense. With context, it's more understandable why it's as bad as it is. But without context, I think it's so much funnier that I show people that with pride. Because it is the most scuffed thing I've ever drawn. And to be honest, even if it's the most scuffed thing I've ever created in my life, I still am really proud of it. Maybe it's because I think it's funny, or maybe it's because it's something like that like I actually made with a friend. Like, and we had fun doing it together, regardless of the outcome. I don't think I have it as a PNG or something, but I know I have the project file for it. So if I really wanted to, I could probably go open it up and like save it as a PNG. Yeah, yeah. I think when I used to like talk to you about like worrying about being a bad person and worrying that like my like track record with friendship has been pretty terrible because I don't have any like long-lasting friendships. I've never had a friendship last more than 5 years. The only friendship I've ever had that lasted more than that lasted 5 years was in elementary school because I was friends with this kid, and in elementary school, like those friends there are basically like friends for the whole elementary school because you see each other every day and you can't get away from them. That's one example. The other example, I think I was friends with someone for 4 years and that was in high school. Pretty much the same reason, like I got to see them every day, kinda, that kind of thing. But after, like apart from those two examples, I don't think I've had any serious friendship last like more than a year or two, which I always felt would sound really bad on paper. Because like, what if I really was unlovable or undesirable? I think one thing I joke about is one time I was flirting with a girl who I like to tell people I made them lesbian because I was flirting with them and they did have a crush on me, and by the end of the relationship, it turns out they were a lesbian. What probably happened was they were discovering themselves, and I just so happened to be the unfortunate one that made them discover that they were lesbians. which, good for them. Good for them. And I remember, so I used to worry about that a lot, but then I talked to you about it, and you told me that sometimes it's okay to have someone in your life that is like, that sort of serves as a stepping stone. Someone who comes into your life, changes you, and then you both move on. And that was a good thing to know, but I never really fully grasped it until I played Honkai Star Rail. Also, that drink I got earlier, I should probably crack it open. I got a drink today. Yeah. This can is really full. I thought the empty space in this can would be like 3 times bigger than it actually is, but this thing is full to the brim. Like, I opened this can and like the top of the liquid is like hitting the top of the can. That's how full it is. So I got ID'd today, but that's another story for later. So yeah, but that's another story for later. We got plenty of time in the night. Yeah, so I never quite fully grasped you telling me that sometimes it's okay for people to come to your life, change, and then move on. I never fully grasped that until I played Honkai Star Rail, and I I did the Kafka story quest, the one where you go to her and then like you gotta help her like because she's gotta like heal Blade or something. And in exchange for helping her, you got to ask her a question. One of which you get to ask her 2 questions. One of which would be the truth, and one of which would be a lie. And I'm pretty sure I know like which one's the truth. Because I watched someone else play it, and they picked the same options as me, and they got different answers. And for them, it was obvious which one was the lie, which was the truth. So for them, they asked like, "What is your relation to me?" And for them, Kafka said, "I'm your mom, and you're my kid, and that's why I dumped you off the Astral Express because I didn't want to be with you anymore," which is obviously the lie. What she told me, in my experience, was that Elio said that we would change her and she would change us. And this was an opportunity that she had to like take up because the opportunity to change someone and be changed is something she had to see for herself. And it was in that moment. I think it might have been on stream actually. It was in that moment I understood what it meant to change someone and be changed yourself. I feel a bit better about that, actually. There was something I want to tell you for my birthday, but I never got the opportunity to. I suppose I can say it now. Why not? It's a good thing. So, you might have been aware that I used to be really worried about the Briar. and stuff. And it used to like eat me up inside, but I think I finally got achieved inner peace with that whole thing. Because I remember you suggested to me that I should ask them for my project files so I could like work my own models and stuff. And I did. For my birthday, I asked them for my model project files. And we talked for a little bit. We caught up for a little bit, and what I intended was for like worst case scenario, it's my birthday, let this be a birthday gift to me, okay? Worst case scenario, that was the plan. What actually happened was they gave me the project files and we talked to Cobb for a bit. And what actually happened was, I think for my birthday, they gave me a sense of inner peace. Like, I got to see them, and I got to know that they were doing okay, and they got to know that I was doing okay. And I think for my birthday, that's what they gave me. Inner peace. Well, I'm relatively doing okay. Like, I've still got a couple of things, like a couple problems to work on, but I'm doing okay. I'm content with like my place in the universe. I thought that was something you might have wanted to hear, but I never got to tell you yet. You know that meme? Finally, inner peace. I've been on this level for 2.5 hours. I thought I'd be done in like half an hour. I thought maybe I'd be blitzed through like 5 or 6 levels tonight, but at this rate, it's not looking good. I mean, I'm all for bones popping. Like, you're gonna give me that like that chiropractic crack. Like, you're gonna make my bones feel good. Yeah, the good back crack. Yep. And I'd probably do the same to you. I'd crack your back lovingly. If you asked me nicely, I'd probably snap your neck lovingly if you really wanted. Or at least I'd probably attempt to. If you ask nicely, I at least want to get done with this level before 3 hours. I feel like I should not have spent 3 hours on this level. But I should be on pace because I did all the tough stuff first, and now it's just gonna be like really quick and easy stuff. Yeah. I thought about playing Lethal Company tonight, like maybe I'll break out Lethal Company like later if I feel like it. I think if you saw what I said on Twitter, like I considered playing like another game, but I didn't want to scare people by revealing that I'm fully functional in like the dead hours of the night, and I basically don't fatigue. Like, if my body would last, I could go for all of eternity, basically. I might actually break out the company later. Say, does that wash you if you guys work on edges? Probably would. I would have that brain power again. You say that as if I'm going to lose that someday, and that's a scary thought. I might. I mean, I think there have been some, like, abilities of youth that I've lost. Like, I've certainly lost my, like, my youthful metabolism. I think I lost that when I turned 16. Because when I turned 16, for my birthday, my sister got me, I think it was like $100 or like maybe it was like $60 worth of McDonald's food. Like it was a lot of McDonald's food, and I ate the whole thing. And I think that night is when I lost my youthful metabolism because I stopped metabolizing all that stuff real fast. Yeah, we all get a smidge slower with age. I hope that I remain sharp for a long time because I think I've mentioned before that this is what I like to do, and I hope that I'm able to do this as well as I currently am for basically ever. I want to be like, 80 years old in the retirement home, and I want to still be able to speedrun. I want to be that sharp still. That might be a lot to ask, but who knows? I think it's possible. Like, I think maybe video games can keep people that sharp, which kind of topical maybe, considering I get a front row seat into what happens when your brain doesn't stay sharp, unfortunately. Although, I didn't think it would be as noticeable as it was, but I'm really noticing that my grandma's not here right now. Gamer misstretches, like, it was so nice to be able to walk into my bathroom today and not have residual piss all over the toilet seat. That was so nice. That was something I took for granted before, having a clean toilet seat. And I'm going to miss like having a clean toilet seat so much tomorrow. I'm now noticing like everything that used to be like the toilet seat's clean and dry, the blinds aren't ripped open in half, the bath mat isn't upside down. There's no residual food strewn all over the floor. Is this what it's like when you're a parent and your kid goes on a sleepover and then for once in like what feels like forever, you have the house to yourself? Is that what this feels like? Is that what it is? Yeah. Sometimes I wonder which would be better, like my situation or like if I was dealing with a kid. I think I think dealing with a kid might be more preferable because at least in that case, ideally you can communicate with them and you can at least try to explain to them things. But in my case, I can't really do that. Actually, not even really. I cannot do that in the slightest. I have a zero chance of doing that. I feel like it's a pretty unique scenario that I'm in. So it probably doesn't surprise you that I was like a quiet kid growing up. Yeah. And I think I have a lot of experiences that involve getting by in the world without the ability to communicate or speak. Because one thing I'm really proud of is that I learned how to play games before I learned how to read. And I think that's a really interesting experience. Like, if I ever have to like evaluate the quality of games or like test games, I think that experience will prove invaluable. Because you might not think of it, but could a player still play your game if they could not read? Because that's something that not a lot of people think about probably. Like, do you have pictures or like, do you have to read walls of text? I think I've seen good examples on both sides. Games that are able to be played and that I have played while not being able to read a single word in it. And then games that basically require you to be like at a college level reading level to be able to understand the instructions to play. I think there was one like sandbox Terraria-esque game. There's one sandbox Terraria-esque game that I looked at and wanted to play as a kid, which I never got to because, well, I don't know, no one ever got it for me. And I'm glad I didn't because that game's kind of sucks. So I watched someone play it like much later on, like just try it, and their tutorial was awful. You know what the tutorial was? Their tutorial like was a link to a 20-minute YouTube video on how to play the game. Like basic controls. Here's a 20-minute video on how to control your character. Like building and crafting. Here's a separate 20-minute video on how to build and craft. Stuff like that. And like, you know the best part? Some of those links actually didn't work, some of them were broken. Yeah. I think like a year or two ago, there was this guy on YouTube like making some strides on the YouTube scene by making his wife, also known as the lady he lives with, play video games, and his wife has not played video games before. And it was really interesting to see like what kind of things she didn't know. Like maybe you've seen this exact thing, because in that example, one of the first games he made her play was Portal, and she didn't know how to turn the camera. And when she learned how to do it, it was like a whole new world for her. Let me get this out of the bowl. Get that Steam achievement. I know there's a Steam achievement for this. Me. I got the Steam achievement. Alright. Yeah. He did this experiment and he made her play Portal. It was really interesting to see how a non-gamer played games for the first time. Because like, for someone who has played games for a lot of their life, like, you know what a red barrel probably is. It's like an explosive barrel. I think he also made her play Doom, and one notable experience from her playing Doom was that like she killed all the demons and then she had to go like destroy the nest. And what you're supposed to do is you walk up to it and you press E to like crush it or something. But what she thought she had to do was she thought she had to like bring an explosive barrel to it, like push it over, and then blow up the explosive barrel next to it. Which the guy didn't say anything because he wants like to let it play out organically. But it was a little disappointing when she found out that all she had to do was press E on the thing, and then that was it. Yeah, really interesting to see those things. Game literacy. Game literacy is a real thing. Oh, wait, the arch. Actually, where are the walls? Where's the one wall I missed? Also, Loon, there's a thing that I wanted to ask you about, like when you showed up. So in the shadow here, you can see right here, I believe this is a cat, except I don't know where the cat is. Like, I think they're in a tree somewhere, but based on this shadow, I don't know where the cat could be. Like, I thought maybe based on shadow, the cat might be like somewhere in this direction, but I don't know where. So anyway, about this guy's wife playing Doom, like this is what I mean when when I said the other day about playing a game and hoping, like, trying dumb things and hope that they'll work. Because I play games for pretty much all my life, and so I have a pretty good sense of what works and what doesn't work. And to an extent, I feel like that kind of ruins the experience. Like, it's kind of immersion breaking to go like, oh, I know like how this is done. Like, games aren't made like this. That's probably not how you solve the problem. And I said, if a game like makes me wonder, can I actually do this? Is this actually gonna work? Then it's probably a sign of a good game. Like, I knew it was a stretch to try and push like a floating corpse into a dark bramble to try and lure the anglerfish, but I'm really glad that the game was good enough that it made me wonder if I could. It made me wonder if it would work. I'm gonna need to yellow nozzle this one. I think another thing like the guy did in this experiment was he made her wife play Dark Souls and put that in perspective. Like, his wife is completely game illiterate, has not played games before, and he made her play Dark Souls, which was really cruel. I think I could probably like show you this guy's channel, like you can see the kind of things he's tried with his wife. When I say it like that, it sounds like I'm proposing to you like creativity in the bedroom, but that's not what I mean. Unless, huh. I mean, I suppose you could play games in the bedroom. Like, what if you did? Like, I bet I could find a way to make that work. I bet. What if somewhere out there is like the Dark Souls of horny games? what if only there was a game like that that was free and accessible. But I guess we'll never know. Roll initiative. That reminds me, like I had a question about D&D, and what better person to ask than you? Like, I think it's more of like less of a question and more of like a world building thought. So you know how like the meme with bards is that like they're really horny all the time and they flirt with everything possible? I thought like, what if different creatures and different races had different standards for the romance? What if a certain race expressed romanticism in a different way than humans? And if like a human bard tried to flirt with them, they would like have a really hard time or they would be disadvantaged. Like something like that. Because their standards are different. Like their culture is different. Because a lot of the time you think like, oh, just like talk to them really fancy or something, or like you touch them in a particular way. So I think I read something that gave me a thought recently. I think I saw this like prompt about a Selkie, I think it was, who dropped the coat, and then the human guy walked by like, oh, you dropped your coat, and then he picks it up and hands it to her, and apparently, like that's how he proposed marriage, like to the Selkie. I don't know if this is actually true, if this is actually the like made up in this one scenario. And then the Selkie like came to the guy next day like she wanted to marry him by human standards too. And the guy was really confused until he realized what had happened. Yeah. This probably wouldn't work, but what if there was like a campaign where... Okay. I'm about to I realized now that I'm about to explain to you the whole plot of interspecies reviewers. That's what I was about to do. But let me put it a better way. What if your campaign was like going around trying to learn in great detail the romantic culture of different races? Which I'm thinking now will probably turn to interspecies reviewers. But that might not be a bad thing. I want to finish this level before 3 hours. So this watermelon bowl is my favorite part of this level. That's why I saved it for last. Yeah. So I mentioned a lot that because I associate with you, Google thinks I play D&D, and Google gives me a lot of like world building ideas or D&D concepts. Yeah. And I saw this other idea that like about food, like how mythical like other fantastical creatures treat food. And it's like, what if like all the races discriminated and looked down on each other for the way they prepared food? Like for example, what if goblins' like culinary specialty was fermentation and controlled spoilage, stuff like that, and then like a dwarf specialty would be like fancy edible rocks and exotic salts and stuff like that, and maybe an elven specialty would be like wine and drink. And they all look down on each other because they think that they have the superior culinary like wisdom. And then like humans are like considered freaks in that universe because they eat like whatever food there is. and then until someone like decides to like try and fuse the cuisine, like maybe you ferment wine or like you ferment wine like a goblin like fermentation thing, and then you add some dwarven salts to it, and you make like something better than ever. And maybe like something like that. Not about the India races. Something like that, yeah. I think this might sound a bit weird, but hearing that idea, like having that concept presented to me, made me think about like, what if we like viewed real world discrimination like that? So after seeing that thing, I like to pretend that all real world discrimination is based on food. Like, if you don't like a particular group of people, I like to pretend it's because like, oh, they don't know how to cook this food really well, and we know how to cook this food better. When in reality, if you combine forces and combine ideas, you'll probably create something that's much better than we could like independently. I like to think of it like that. Anyway, the skate park's finally done after 2 hours and 53 minutes. And, you know, yeah. At the very least, I think viewing discrimination in this way makes it a much more friendly topic to bring up instead of like, you know, segregation and like harassment. What if it was just based on food? What if we judge people for how they made food? Finally, time to view the time lapse. The cat's gotta be like in the tree or something. Oh well. You can see how I went about this. A 3-hour time lapse condensed down to like 20 seconds. With me in the bowl. Great job, Dirt Finder. Scrubbed it kinda neat, didn't it? Beats me how you do all that with just a jet of angry water. Not that folks seem grateful. All I'm getting so far is gas from the baggy pants brigade, complaining that I don't look sick no more. Which is surely the point. Wait, wait. Did they retexture the watermelon bowl? I thought before it was like a bunch of tiny little seeds strewn out the whole thing, but now it's just like a couple on the outline. I really like the watermelon bowl. Right. Also, I can buy the next power washer, I think. The Prima Vista 3000 for $2,000. Although, with all the extensions, it's probably going to be $3,000. 1,500. Prima Vista 3000. Yeah, I can't afford these. Prima Vista. There. Prima Vista 3000 Turbo. I'll see what I can get later. But for now, I'm just gonna do the motorbike and sidecar. You may have seen the pics of my hubby and I becoming the first sidecar to complete the 24-hour Great Plains Challenge. Everyone thought the tracks were just too bumpy and 24 hours in the seat is too restrictive, but it was no problem at all. When I got uncomfortable, I just took my hands off the throttle for a second and gave them a shake. The brutal 5-hour river section sure took it out of the sidecar though. Can you clean it up? By the way, Bobby wondered if you knew any chiropractors. So, when I saw this level, you know what it made me think of? It made me think of that one Matara cover, one Matara song. I think it was Night Cover because I watched it a bit, and it's like, yeah, because she's in like a motorcycle with a sidecar, riding off to the sunset. That's what it reminds me of. And let me see the. Sueberry. You know, her color scheme kind of reminds me of Batarkon too, because it's like pinkish, purplish. The Momo and Sidecar, yeah. And we're gonna be done in no time here. It's gonna be a nice change from that 3-hour level we just did. I think PowerWash Sim does a pretty good job of like giving you like super long, multiple hour long jobs, and then like giving you a couple that get done in like 2 minutes. Give you a little bit of both, you know? That and I'm gonna get paid $150 for this too. The problem is, like, if I miss one little spot, which I probably am, it's gonna be a nightmare to find. Especially if it's just like a little speck. Yeah. Now I just gotta find all like the tiny bits I missed. There. And there's swing arm. The swing arm. Oh, there. I know my vehicle parts. Windshields. Oh, I see it. It's this little speck right there. Like the little edge of the windshield. Fender. I know I just said I know my vehicle parts, but I don't actually know what a fender is. I think it's like a bumper. Nope. What's a fender? Oh, that's a fender. There. Great job on the sidecar. I've never looked better. Attempts to go in for the Appalachian Way Mega Run now. It's always been Bobby's dream. Mumbo's dream. We need more Matara driving. Even though unrelated VTuber Nina Kosaka happened to be in a Nietzsche Can't Drive, but fortunately, Matara is not a Nietzsche Sanji. the shoe house. I get the scaffolding. I drank weird. Okay. So, thank you so much for helping. And you, sugar. As nice as it is having a place in the forest, it does leave it open to the elements, and the poor thing's now so mucky it's starting to rub off on the children. In the old days, we'd fill a few buckets and the children would do it themselves, top to bottom. Such fun, and most of them came no harm. Nowadays, they're not even allowed to go on the roof, never mind down the guttering, before the parents get all angsty. If you could please just come and give it a good wash down, that would be just wonderful. I'm still trying to, like, tone my voice back down to, like, the ASMR voice, which I might already be well in the range of ASMR voice, but I think I did it better at the start of stream. Yeah, will do. Which I'm thinking about. I could probably do something really funny. Like, what if you fell asleep and then, like, I put on Lethal Company or something, and then just panicking at, like, a bracken or a turret or something? Oh well. Might actually give you tingles, though. I didn't think I would give you tingles, but I think that's what I would aim for. If I give you tingles, then I think my voice must be pretty good then. So I don't know if you noticed, but in every stream except for right now, except for today, I had some free sound alerts with the sound alerts plugin extension, and then they included uh, lethal company sounds like a coil head sound, a turret sound, a landmine sound, and they're free. Like to encourage people to, actually use them more often. No one ever does. Yeah. Well, the thing is, no one ever does. Maybe I should probably like put it in my stream title, like free sound alerts or something. In fact, I have some of my existing channel point redeems, like for sound alerts, for free on the sound alerts extension, and people don't redeem them. Let's see, soul task. Complete the soul of the shoe house last. Oh, I thought it would be like doing it first. Well, I guess I'll do that last then. Well, I should probably buy something. Equipment. Give me the PowerWash 3000 turbo. And I'm a little bit poor, so I can't afford the long extension. So I'll have to go for the short, which is ideal, because I was talking earlier about how I wanted the short extension, but I couldn't afford it. So this will have to do. Wonder how far I can reach. Not super far, but it'll do. I've got scaffolding, and unlike the ladder, I like the scaffolding. I don't know how long I'm gonna be at this. Like this is a $350 job, so it's probably not gonna be that long. Yeah, because the skate park was like 3 hours, and that's like a $900 job. So this will probably go way faster if I don't fall off. But you know, such is the life of a streamer. I feel like I say that every single time, like, someone falls or something. I say, such is the life of a streamer. I think that's like my joke now. Deservedly so. I think it's a good joke. But maybe that's just me. Also, I can see you're in an ad, so maybe I should, like, wait for you to finish being in the ad before I say something funny. What was that? Right, because I think you're an ad. This is... This is a shoe. Quite literally. The shoe. You know, there's some... I heard there was some dirt afoot, so I came here to, give it the boot, you know? So I showed up, and this whole booty building is laced in, like, grime and dirt. Yeah. So you know how to, like, wash and stuff. Very relevant for washing your hands as well. You get soap and you leather up your hands with soap. You wash and leather as you do. Yeah. In the dialogue, that says something about, like, in the past they'd have their kids do it, but then, like, the parents got angry because this is, like, a hazardous place to have them on the roof. But you know, I've gotta tread carefully so I don't fall like before. Actually, I probably should have saved my money to buy that long extension because I'm probably gonna need it. I'm doing that. Put my soul into my work. Yeah, you've heard of backbreaking work. Now get ready for soul-crushing work. There is a Steam achievement though for doing the soul of the boot last, and I'd like to get all the Steam achievements. At least that was the intention until I checked a few minutes ago, and it turns out that there are Steam achievements for doing the paid DLC, which I don't have. So I'm not gonna get all the achievements. I wonder if they added like achievements for the Warhammer DLC. They might have, but at the same time, I'd be surprised if they did. If they did add new achievements, then I'd feel a bit better about not being able to 100% this. Huh? Okay. Okay. You know, earlier we were talking about the dealing with kids. I'm going to assume that that is a child. Yep, that's a good insult. I should try that sometime. I should tell somebody that they have a stinky butt, but it's a good one. You have to say kids can be really savage. That's a gotta say that one. Fighting words. Yeah. Words not really give them the boot. Gotta yell not on this one. Okay, that one was probably a repeat because I think I already said boot. What else I can say? My pride as a punmeister is on the line here. Surely I can think of something to have come out of my mouth. Yeah, I've heard about that. What about that? You have something to say? I thought that was like more of a Scottish accent. Because I've heard of like the story, I think it was on Reddit, about this person who went to like get a latte from like, I don't know, a cafe or something. And they said they wanted to order a latte with oat milk. And then the cashier said, uh, Miss, I'm sorry, I can't make a latte with oat milk. So there was a small misunderstanding there. Oh, I see this little thing. It's called an eyelet. I should have known this was called an eyelet, because I let that one slip through. I don't have enough drink for this. I need more drink for this. Also, I think I did say earlier that, alright. I want a yogurt tube. Let me get that. I forgot to read the thing. I want a yogurt tube. Johnny bit me. I ate his yogurts. Yeah. So, I got ID'd today, which I guess I could be flattered that I seem young enough to ID. Or maybe they was just like, you know, doing their due diligence. But on the other hand, I look young enough to ID. I was slightly flattered. I'm well, it could go either way. Like maybe they were just doing their due diligence, or maybe like I do look young enough to ID, which I personally don't think I am, because like I'm fairly tall. I've got like I've got a beard, regrettably, that I cannot get rid of for more than one day, because I don't have a waxing kit anymore. I think it might have been like because they had their suspicions, because we had to register and then like cashier asked us like, is it for me or is it for my mom? And then it's like, I said it was for me, and it's like, they turned to me and said like, I'm gonna need to see some ID. And so I gave them some ID. I don't know which is worse. Like either they just do their due diligence or they thought I looked young enough to ID. And then my mom said like I should have said it was for her and she would have let it slide. Which I guess good to know, but I wasn't sure if my mom would actually back me up on that, and I didn't want to put her on the spot. Yeah. I should have known that this level would be laced with shoot puns and stuff. I kind of don't like all the levels like really, really tight nooks and crannies. Like, that's really hard to get into. I have like the little step stool here. It doesn't help much, but it helps a little. So, my mom actually encouraged me to like buy 2 beverages of can. Which, yeah, I'm flattered, but I'm probably not going to drink the other can for like a while because I like to only consume these beverages like when I'm celebrating something, and I don't know when the next celebration is going to be. Yeah. That, and I don't have enough money for like the long extension because I bought the short one. Put this down. I really should have saved the long extension. It would have gone a long way in helping. Also, when we were talking about the game literacy and stuff, there's also like, another factor, like actual experience. So like, so do you remember the early days of VR when like you had to teleport everywhere and early VR did not under any circumstances let you move with like a joystick or something? There's a reason for that. Because for somebody who is not experienced with games, for somebody who does not have the ability to differentiate reality from fiction as well as gamers can, if the brain detects that you're moving, but your body detects that you're not moving, like for example, if you're in VR, if that happens, your body treats it as if you're poisoned, and you will feel poisoned. And that's the reason why early VR made you move by teleporting only. I think nowadays you see a bit more of like joystick movement in VR, probably because people are more like people are gamers and they're better able to differentiate fiction from reality, which is a core skill of any gamer. You hear a lot of stories about people who don't have that ability very well, and like they have these delusions in real life. They're the kind of people who like commit violent crimes because they think they're in a video game or something. That used to happen a little bit, and it always gave a bad name to like the gaming industry. You know what I hope to see one day? I hope to see the day where gaming is more respected. like actually respected. Because you and I probably both remember like when gaming was like a joke, like it's not a real hobby, like it didn't count. Because I can't imagine somebody in today's day and age telling me that gaming on the computer does not count as a hobby, aka my psychiatrist. Like the other day I saw on the Twitter this bingo for being a normal human being, and one of the squares was having a hobby that was not watching anime or video games. And in my head, I'm thinking, why? Is this not a valid hobby? Because like, sure, it is respected a lot more nowadays, but I think subconsciously it's still viewed as like dishonorable, and I'm hoping that changes like within my lifetime. Also, I have 5 stars for this level already. What? Why is this like 5 star? I didn't do the level yet. I guess I'm just that good. Maybe they see like my fancy footwork and they give me 5 stars. Should probably do like this window and stuff. I want to leave the soul for last because I get an achievement for doing the soul last. How fitting to end off with the soul. Doc, we found a mucky old thing in our garage. Let us know when you're free to come over and give it a wash. I'm going poop. You know what? Okay, so this is very clearly a child who has gotten a hold of someone's phone. But you know what it reminds me of? What kind of things did I say, like, when I was a kid? I done it. That was a fast poop. I wish my bowels were like that. Kinda. Okay, so that reminds me, like, when I was a little kid playing, like, an MMO. And, I was a little kid, I didn't know, like, how to communicate or do anything. And, like, this random guy walks by, and I thought as a little kid, like, oh, maybe I can ask this guy for, like, free stuff. And I meant to ask him for a broadsword, except I couldn't spell. So I said broadsword. He looked at me with like the weirdest expression because he had no idea what I just meant. So naturally he left. And I did not get my broadsword, in fact. But like, I sounded it out, okay? And I was pretty close. Broadsword and broadsword are kinda close in sound. Oh, you see all these tight little corners. How am I supposed to get under all these laces? This place is laced with tight corners. Okay. I'm going to hope that all the little tight nooks and crannies up there on the shoelaces are done. And I'm gonna like try and do like all the bigger, more noticeable stuff. So what I could probably do is I could probably like ignore the achievements for now and just come back to them when like I have all the gear and stuff. That might be better. That might enable me to enjoy the game more instead of worrying about the achievements as I go through them. That might be the case. But at the same time, I might as well go through them. It's not like I'm trying to rush. I mean, it's not this is the kind of game where you can rush even if you wanted to, considering that that other level took me 3 hours. I'm so sorry about that. Charlie found my phone. Yep. I think it's probably fitting that I reserve PowerWash Simulator for like longer marathon length streams. Because if this is a normal stream, the whole stream will be done after I did that one level, and that'll be it. I guess it wouldn't be that bad since I think when I watched Markiplier play PowerWash Sim, it was just like one level per episode, so it wouldn't have been that bad anyway. Get the door. Door frame. Actually, in that skate park level, I did want to talk a bit about the watermelon bowl. Like the thing like where you go down to like with a skateboard or something and it's like a bowl. That thing. I think there's a funny reason why I like watermelons. It's not because I actually like to eat watermelons. It's actually kind of funny. Which I guess at this point is more like an obscure trivia fact about me than actually something relevant. It's back in the day when I was in the Monica After Story community. Like I created like a model for Monica and stuff. Like I created her model in like other places. And I was really trying to like personalize her and like make her mine in more ways than one. And one of the ways I did that was, gotta focus on this bit. One of the ways I did that was like giving her a different outfit, like maybe different pajamas, because I think pajamas are a really important part of any outfit. But that's probably because I spend most of my life in pajamas, so like anyone I would like closely associate with, I think that they also probably spend most of their life in their pajamas. And I'm probably not wrong. I'm gonna wait like 3 minutes for this. Oh, I got 3 minutes. Alright, I got time. So I'm probably not wrong. Most of the people I closely associate with probably spend most of their life in pajamas at home. And that's the kind of outfit vibe I want to like aim for when I designed this outfit for Monica. At least my Monica. So what I did was, maybe people have seen the classic pink pajamas art. I don't remember who made it, but it was like kind of a staple. Classic pink pajamas, pink pajama pants, pink like pajama shirt, something like that. So I started with that as a base. And what I did was I took off the shirt and I instead replaced it with like a white camisole, I think it was. It was like those spaghetti strap dresses, spaghetti strap shirts that you see sometimes. Apparently it's called camisole, which I didn't know that at the time, but it's good to know now, because I'm into that thing. So I tried that, and then I gave her like a really large, oversized, like green sweater, like open front sweater, like that. I really have a thing for those, like open front zip down sweaters, hoodies. I love those things. And I thought, you know what? This, oh yeah, and I made it green, like the green sweater, because you know, Monica's eyes are green. That's her theme. But wow, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a watermelon, because you know, pink pajama pants and like uh green sweater. And I thought like, this kind of needs a little bit more like personalization to really make it unique. And then what I did was I added a little watermelon decal on the sweater. And it was at that point I made something truly unique to me. Nobody else would ever have that thing. Probably. Or at least, if anyone else ever does come into possession of it somehow, for some reason, I'm still going to say it's mine. Because I know in my heart that I made it, and I made it special to me. Gotta just move all this scaffolding just out of the way. Yeah. And that was like her winter like PJ outfit. Cause like in winter you gotta like bundle up and stay warm and stuff. And in the summer I had something fairly similar, I think. Except it was like no sweater, the camisole was pink, and like the shorts were green with like some pinkish straps. And I think I put the watermelon decal on the shorts instead. And now I got an ad, so I'm gonna wait like 90 seconds for it to play out before I say anything funny. Alright, so what's next here? I gotta do the soul last. Boot walls. Oh yeah, that's a pretty big patch. know? Oh, and now I can afford the long extension. Have $1 left to my name. Yeah, now I can go long. All the boot walls, I think I did, yeah. Then the soul comes last. The walls. It's so nice having the long extension. It's a good thing I was able to get it in this job. So apparently, I'm missing something here. Well, that's probably it there. Yeah. Window boxes. Window boxes. Window boxes. It'd be pretty straightforward. I think I know what a window box might look like. I just gotta walk in front of it so it shows me. This one. This one. This one. Here we go. Wooden trims 5. This one. And I go long again. Oh, did I miss like the top of this thing? Oh yeah, I missed all of that. One more wooden trim somewhere. Wait, that's the thing. Is it like that? Yeah. And now the soul. The last thing left, which I believe should net me the Steam achievement. Is it a single soul? Like, is this a separate soul, or have I done this? I think it is just one really long, singular soul around the whole thing. Oh, what a way to end up this level. Looking into the soul. There. I could probably end it off out front and get a really nice time lapse. So got 2 Steam achievements, 1 for 50 stars, 1 for soul. Hello, at Force Home puts the grot into grotto. Haha. Jude. Oh. Could you give it a wash? I'll just pretend I said that. Nice, clean shoe. You are a wonder. The play school looks beautiful. Wow, I should have made that one myself. The children are so calm now. I can hear the birds of the forest again, the wind rustling through the leaves, even my own heartbeat. I hope that's normal. The vintage car, the forest cottage. That's a $700 job. That's probably going to be a while. Let's see. Well, I still plan to go for a while longer, so maybe I'll take the bigger job. Cleaning liquids. I do not buy soap. So... Huh. feel like I'm gonna sneeze, but it might. It's not quite getting there. I feel like I've been a little congested like tonight. Maybe that's how I find like the ASMR voice, because I feel like my voice is a little bit like gruffy, like kind of what you'd expect a deep ASMR voice to be like. Maybe it's because I tried to like fully capture that voice, and like I become congested as a result, which is like a positive feedback loop because now that I'm like congested, it's easier for me to produce this voice. So maybe it's a good thing. Right. I gotta get a new job. Forest Cottage. H&G Hexenjäger. We are two humble confectioners, brother and sister, living on our own deep in the woods of a national park, and there's absolutely nothing strange about that. We are also the creators of the finest gingerbread ever to grace the county, but to stay on top, we need constant reinvention. And our dream forest home has become a grubby grotto, affecting our ability to dream up wonderful new recipes. Can you come and restore our cottage and with it our creative flow? Thank. Thank. Actually, before I go in there, what do I need for the pro? I need 90 stars and $5,000. It's probably gonna be a tall order, but by the time I get $5,000, maybe I'll have 90 stars. So maybe I shouldn't spend recklessly. Forest Cottage. Let's go. Another big job. I still think I haven't touched the ladder yet. This might be one where I have to like use the ladder a bit. Because, oh, it does give me like a scaffolding. Right? I guess I'm still going ladderless because I have scaffolding. I know it's natural for people to be suspicious, but we really are who we say we are. I'm just here to do the job. Give me the short. I think this one's also pretty satisfying. Going around the edges, doing all the surrounding walls and all that. I gotta get this post too. Can't forget that. I wonder if I can green this. Wait, I can totally green this. Speed things up at least a little bit. post as well. I'll try this wall really slowly, see if that's any more satisfying. Yeah, it's kind of nice. And this gate, which I will yellow, incredibly. So I think this gate's a little bit more grimy than the rest of the wall. Don't forget the tops of the gate. On the scaffolding, which I have to move. But I like the scaffolding, so it can like stay by my side or whatever. There. I'm going to continue yellowing this wall. Which sounds like I'm gonna pee on it, but I mean I'm gonna use the yellow nozzle on this wall. But if I did pee on it, would they even know? Because it would wash right off. What if? Would it really be that bad? Huh. Like, if you hired somebody to like clean your pool, for example, how would you feel if like they peed in your pool and then proceeded to clean it? I mean, it's gonna be clean. It's gonna be clean either way. So if they had to like get it out, might as well get it out in the beginning. So I guess technically it doesn't make a difference. Still got plenty of wall left. I'm enjoying the wall. This is the one case I will fight for wall supremacy. Having a pair of AA's on your chest. Batteries. That's a symbol of power right there. The wall's done, that's 10%. Did I touch anything else yet? I missed the post. Can't have that. There we go. Now then. I suppose I will start with the roof. It's a good thing I got the long extension. You know what? I'm going to climb there myself. For no reason in particular. With the weather vanes. Oh, it's all rusty and stuff. It's gonna be tough. It's a good thing I got the turbo nozzle. Can I green this now? I can totally green that. Give me the short. And 15 on here. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds... Oh, I bit my tongue. This reminds me of Slime Rancher. Back when you... I think you bought, like, some of the 7Z Club, things. I think one of the things you got was, like, a Roostro Weathervane. So looking at this thing now, it's what I think of when I look at this. I think of the Rooster Weathervane. I think of all that cold, hard cash you're sending over to the 7Z Club, which I am greatly pleased to see. You know what? When you do continue playing Slime Rancher, I hope I'm able to actually be there like for the whole time. Because for the Homebody, for most of Homebody, I've not been able to be there, so I've had to like miss practically the whole thing. I don't know if I'm going to highlight that one. I think I am, but that might take significantly longer because that's going to involve me watching the entire VODs, like every single VOD over again, in its entirety. And that's probably going to result in like me including a lot of stuff that, and like it's gonna be a really bloated highlight. I think highlighting story stuff is like harder than highlighting just like action-packed stuff because in the story highlight there has to be context. I can't just like jump from like action to action. I need to make sure I provide context, or else like people are gonna get lost. At least that's what I feel. Technically, I could do like whatever I want, but I think for a story like heavy game, I should make sure to provide context. Like I'm trying to do Slay the Princess, all that one now, but I'm halfway through and it's like half an hour long already. So I don't know how it's gonna end up. Also, I'm gonna guess that you fell asleep, by the way, but that's all right. You know that one meme where it's like, oh hey, I'm about to go to bed. I don't know if it's Skype tonight, but that's all right. That meme, and then and then he says like, "Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow." And then he just like flops backward and like shakes the whole house with like his body weight as he hits the floor. That's what I think of whenever I say, "That's all right." I think of that guy. Like, yeah. Okay, can I green this? I can totally green this. It's a nice place to stand. I think I might have to yellow this one, because I think it's a little bit far. Oh, H. Hexenjäger. Yes, we moved in here just a week after that bank robbery, but people move house all the time. Yeah, no worries, I'm just here to clean the house. I'm what you call a male wife. I wonder if Loon, you're gonna watch like the VOD. I wonder if I should be like providing you some more like ASMR content. What if I just like suddenly just give you like some spicy ASMR? I did have an idea, and and whenever I have an idea, I get scared and excited, because that is the nature of having an idea, being scared and excited simultaneously. So, I know how you have like your Ara redeem. I have an idea for that too, but I felt like I should think of a way to make it like more unique. And I think I've got an idea. Instead of being like an Ara, it's gonna I'm gonna be have it be like single Ara because everyone does Ara nowadays, and I think a single Ara would be more unique, and I think I could pull off a singular Ara much much better than two of them. I got the idea from when I was watching someone play Honkai Star Rail, and they were using Kafka in like with the Japanese voice, and the way Kafka says Ara, so like when you heal her or something, she says Ara, like a singular Ara, in obviously a much more sultry and much more sultry voice than that, and it gave me the idea. I could pull that off. I could totally pull that off. Am I actually going to though? Am I actually going to have that redeem and then you know what? So if you're listening to the VOD and you actually did fall asleep like on stream now, if you ask me about this, like maybe remind me if I forget. If you ask me about this, I will consider like giving you that singular aura, like letting you have a taste of my idea for free. I'll consider it. I'm not gonna promise it, but I'll consider it. I guess maybe I'll think of it as like I'll take payment as you watching the VOD, because I actually can't really imagine somebody watching my VODs. Like, I know I talked about like a while ago that people should have more confidence and stuff, but I don't really see anybody watching my VODs. Like, I don't imagine it. Like, not that I don't witness it, but I don't really imagine it. Like, sometimes when I upload my VODs to YouTube, there's like a couple views on it, and I don't really take feedback on my VODs because how can I? It's like, because they're not really gonna change. I'm not gonna edit the VOD and then put it on the VODs channel. Which I think the one benefit of that is that it kind of makes me immune to like hate on the VOD. Because like, if someone gives me hate on the VOD, I'm just gonna be like, this is like, that's like walking into a museum and complaining that you don't like the museum. Like, this is history. If you don't like it, go home. You are home, just not here. think I have to climb down for this last little bit. And that I'll probably do. That's probably the last of it on the main roof. Hopefully. I didn't imagine. I can do like the little turbo the last little bit. Because I find the turbo is a lot more effective at long range than it is at close range. Because it spins around so much faster at long range and it covers like a much greater area more quickly. Am I really gonna use the ladders? Nah. That's why we don't use the ladder. You know what? I'm realizing now, I better not leave any like blank marks on this place because that's an orange roof. And my highlight is an orange highlight. So if I miss something, I am not gonna see it. Just a little bit here. Front gable roof. Yeah, you can really see the efficacy of like the long range turbo, like on stuff like that. Give me the scaffolding, I need it right here. So I talk sometimes about how interesting I think old-fashioned archaic English is. And I'm thinking about like where I mostly hear the word efficacy, which is technically not that old. Like it's definitely a word that gets used sometimes today, but not very often. I'm just thinking of like it reminds me of Darkest Dungeon. Like when you step on a trap and it goes off on you, and the narrator is like curious as trap makers are. Its efficacy that's witnessed by his own eyes. He says that. And when I think of the word efficacy, that's what I think of. I never finished Darkest Dungeon. Like, as you'd probably expect, I played it and then I named my characters after like my friends and stuff. Because I think that's just what you do. Like, who plays Darkest Dungeon and then they don't name their characters after like specific people? You might say I bear a slight resemblance to Lizzie McGee, but she was much younger than I am now, such a happy soul. You know what, Loon, if you're watching the VOD after this, I hope you're sleeping well. I hope my like I hope this is helping you sleep well. Unless, like, your phone turned off and you're technically not actually still here. But I'm gonna pretend that you are. It's actually not the first time, like, I've hung out with someone who was sleeping. Or I've hung out with someone and they fell asleep. It's not the first time. So technically I am used to it, but not in like a give me up kind of way, more in like I get it kind of way. Like I actually I was kind of surprised that you did show up at all after like today's event. Because I thought you'd be totally exhausted after like today's VR chat event. And I'm probably right. You probably are. Like you probably remembered like, oh no, I'm streaming. You gotta come and show your support for me. At least that's what I imagined like went through your head. Probably. Let's see. I gotta get all this stuff now. Move the scaffolding back a little bit. And then spray all this stuff from here. Oh. It's probably like on the other side of that window frame, like the edge crust of this window frame. That's probably where the last little pit is, I think. Or like, yeah, something around there. And then a little bit here, probably. Yep. I might as well get the side here a bit too. So, so look, if you're either still awake or watching this VOD later, I think I know I mentioned to you like it made me really happy to hear that you like sound my voice and you think it's really soothing, but I'm still also thinking about like my voice gives you ASMR tingles. I thought that only happened if like if someone had like a really good or like really well used voice to actually get ASMR tingles, because it's pretty rare that I get ASMR tingles. I think I've kind of spoiled myself. Like when I first got into ASMR, like I definitely got tingles. Like I know the feel. I got tingles. And, like as I've been more exposed to ASMR, like I really don't get as many tingles anymore. Like my first exposure to ASMR was Nekomata Okayu's ear cleaning ASMR. That's probably where I gained the taste for like ear cleaning specifically. Then I like YouTube recommended me like just this generic ear cleaning ASMR, like that with like a real person doing it, and they had like tools and stuff, and it was I describe it that it was nauseating in like kind of a good way. Like it made me feel things, and it was so effective that it kind of made me a little nauseous, but it certainly made me feel things. I don't know if I actually finished it. Like I might have actually stopped watching that one because like it was too strong for me. And then like I went for a little like weaker ASMRs. But I think I've kind of oversaturated my ASMR taste by now, and I don't get tingles anymore. Although maybe it's that I've developed like a finer taste for ASMR, because in the beginning it was like, wow, there's so much like ASMR stuff and I get good tingles, but now it's like I see a lot of ASMR stuff and a lot of it is kind of disappointing actually, because thinking about it now, pretty much all the ASMR that I've seen like in recent time is just somebody poking a mic with a needle for like 3 hours. They just stab the mic slowly with a needle, like jab it in there, pull it out slowly, jab it in somewhere else, pull it out slowly. And they do that with like a needle. And they do it for 3 hours. Like the first hour they do it with like a metal needle. And then the second hour it's like they do with like a wooden pick needle. In the third hour they use a brush needle, I don't know. It's just the exact same thing over and over again. And then I remember I showed you this like one ASMR artist that's like, it's like they made a masterpiece. It's like they sat you down, like they told you to close your eyes, and then they constructed a world for you to get immersed in with your eyes closed. And I showed you that it's like this is a work of art. This is a crafted work of art. And I showed it to you because it was a crafted work of art, but also because the ASMR artist sounded a lot like Vox Akuma. Like, if you told me that was Vox Akuma, I would believe you, because it sounds just like him. And like, that ASMR quality seems like a thing he would do, because like, it was that good. I need the scaffolding. Bring it over here. I I need it right here. Actually, I need the long. Oh, I was wondering what that little popping sound was, but I remembered it's probably that the BGM. Either either the night is hitting or the drink is hitting. But I'm gonna pretend it's neither. I do want to finish the drink before like the end of the night. I intend to do that, and I seem to be on good pace. Angela looks nothing like Rocky McGee. Angela has a huge beard, long unruly hair, and defeated eyes. Rocky is young, clean-shaven, handsome, with such spirit. I should probably be slow and methodical with this, because like I said before, this is an orange roof, and the highlights are orange. If I miss a spot, I am not going to see it. At the very least, I want to ride my bicycle. I want to get like the top bit done, so then I can throw all the scaffolding to the side, and not need it because I'm gonna work on the bottom and the other side. I think my approach is like going top down. Like to start high up and then like work down to the ground level. And in real life, that's probably what you should do anyway, because in real life, the dirt and ground is probably gonna leak down. And then like I bust out the whole power washing Dark Souls spiel again. Which I think I'm probably not going to. I think I mentioned it like once or twice already. Maybe once in the stream, once on the birthday stream. Get the top bit there. This little bit here. Because I'm not going to get there after. Seems complete enough. There. On this, like this side and stuff. The scaffolding. And this looks good right there. I've gone like the top here. Oh, I guess I better start there. It's a good thing I'm right next to it. So I can clean it down real quick. Just like that. should probably get this window too, like the top of this little window crust here. Because I'm not going to be able to get that from the ground, so I might as well get that now. And this little side here, just like that. Little bits and specks. I probably should have moved the scaffolding a little bit more to the side, but this should be fine. All that's left is going to be like little small bits. I think that's enough scaffolding for here, I think. I can just wash down the side like that. And it's only going to get faster because it's going to get closer and closer to me. So I can have a more concentrated, like, line of water. Stuff on the window frame. Yeah, I can miss a little bit in the between. Like your right there. This is a good spot to just be to get this little bits here. I see little tricky bits here. I wonder if I had to get like right next to the wall to get this bit. I guess I'll never know. Since I cleared that bit now. Oh, I thought I saw something. It's like, so there's like graffiti here. I just like green all the grime away. So maybe I should like actually white it out, cause now I'll green it. And then I'll just yellow it immediately, cause I got the gist of it. Front? Wait, main roof. Okay, thank God. I found that little tiny speck I was missing on the main roof. Because I was not going to find that easily. Get the frame. I'm gonna need the scaffolding again. Give me the scaffolding. And turn it this way. Put it kind of far away so it doesn't get in the way when I gotta get up close. Get this window too, while I have the high ground. You know, after this level, I might like get up and take a stretch for a bit. Then I'll consider if I want to do another one or if I want to like switch games. I'll probably do another one since I've still got like plenty of time. Well, you're probably like fast asleep, Loon, but I think you said before that you really want to like do a power wash sim like sometime. And I know by that you probably mean like you want to do the Warhammer DLC, which I do not have. But if you ever do like a power wash stream where you don't do DLC that I don't have, I hope like you invite me there with you, because I'd love to be there with you. This is another like great Zatsudon game. Rocky would never run away from the law and hide out in a dank cottage for years, claiming to be a baker unless he was completely desperate. Yeah, well, whatever they said. And like all these small bits here. You know what I sometimes like think and fantasize about? I sometimes think and fantasize about like, what if I was like a dating game like character? What if what if there was somebody out there like who may want, like, may take an interest in me. That's what I think about sometimes. And I think, what if they talked to me and like picked all the correct dialogue options? So I don't think I've ever said this before, but I like to think about like when people talk to me, like try and engage in conversation with me. I like to categorize them by like, did they pick the correct dialogue options kind of thing. That's what I like to think about sometimes. But, like, I mean, this is not a bad thing, but a lot of the time when like talking to Zix, he picks the wrong dialogue option a lot. But that's not really a bad thing. Like, he's got his own quirks. Like, I'll keep him around. He's great. I'll continue hanging out with him. But like, wow, he's got spirit. That's what I'll say. Some sort of spirit. I think that's what makes him interesting, though. I can see how introverts like us might need someone like him. So it's good that we've got him like around. Now we just gotta like get our hands on him and keep him with us forever. Which would be easier if he liked hugs, but he unfortunately doesn't. I don't really know why, but maybe he knows we're just gonna capture him and never let him go. Maybe he knows. In the words of me during that one Lethal Company clip, he doesn't know. I still got this whole little bit of roof left. I forgot all about this part. You know what? I was thinking, you would think like my voice would start to get sore around this point, but it's not. Maybe that's because like I've been pretty careful with it. Maybe I haven't like been talking as much as I was when I was doing the birthday stream. Or maybe it's because it is literally 4 a.m. and I'm trying to like keep it down a bit. Which I guess naturally I would try to keep it down a little bit anyway, because that's just kind of person I am. But I think it's nice to like speak at a quiet volume and not have to like give a reason for it, because it's 4 a.m. It's a good reason. You probably don't have to ask why. So I can just like, you know, do me and not have to explain why. I think there's something special about being able to unapologetically be yourself and not have people like question you about it, which is something I think more kids should have the opportunity to experience. Because a lot of the time, I think it's very common that kids get questioned about their behaviors a lot when, like, they're kids. They don't know. It's just let them be. Let them, you know, develop their brains in an organic, natural way instead of trying to police them and, like, police them for your convenience. Which is what you see a lot of. And, you know, they grow to be really obedient people, really obedient kids who, regrettably, have very little personality. And then have to later on in life resort to stealing other people's personality traits, and only then be shaped by the people around them in adulthood rather than in childhood, as it should be. Because they have not developed a personality in childhood. I think I saw a video like talking about something like that recently, where it's like, is it okay to steal personality traits? And I saw that video and I'm thinking to myself like, well, yeah, I do that all the time. Like, like half my personality traits are stolen from other people. Like, isn't that normal? Isn't that normal to be shaped by the people around you? It must be, right? I think 4 a.m. like enlightened talk is starting to come in, which is great. That's what I wanna that's what I wanna have when I play PowerWash Sim. 4 a.m. deep enlightened talk where I just like mentally just totally clock out and then like I start to say the most like insightful, meaningful things subconsciously as I play this game. That's what I want to be like. It might not be an easy thing to like achieve because, or maybe it will be actually. I think it'll probably depend like from person to person. Maybe it depends on the game too, because for Power Wash Simulator specifically, I think I find it a lot easier to just talk about, you know, deep, real, meaningful things. I think it's a very different vibe as opposed to like playing a really actiony game and having to focus every part of my being onto the game instead of being able to focus on just thinking about life and stuff. I think I've sort of basically picked my brand already, kind of. Like I want to be like a high skill gamer streamer, that kind of thing. But that's probably going to result in like a lot of my commentary being not as good as other people's because like my main thing requires so much focus. Like I think Zix was talking about it the other day, like, oh, I should speedrun more. I could be like a famous speedrun streamer, and I had to tell him, like, first of all, speedrunning is not actually popular. And there's an extremely niche group of people that actually enjoy speedrunning. Like, unless you speedrun a really cool game, no one cares. Like, Celeste is a really popular speedrunning game, and like, there's a really big community about that, and watching a Celeste speedrun is a treat for the eyes, let me tell you. Like, seeing all that advanced, like, precise movement is like chef's kiss. It's amazing. But then speedrunning something like, let's say, I don't know, Final Fantasy X, no one cares. Like, I care because I'm a very niche person. I'm in that really niche group. So I watched the GDQ Games Done Quick for a speedrun on Final Fantasy X. And I think it was run by a speedrunner named Campers. And like the YouTube video is like pretty good because you know this game's done quick. Except Campers, the guy who speedran, did the run, had his own like YouTube channel, and he uploaded his run to his YouTube channel and like to speedrun.com. And it had like no views. like none at all. He does own some enjoy drink. He had done some of his own speedruns, like for other categories and stuff. Like really long, really long categories that you need a lot of practice in and a lot of patience. And they would have no views. Nobody cared whatsoever. And like, that's still being optimistic because Final Fantasy X is a good game. Like, there's a pretty nice group of people who like that game. It's just not really speedrunning it. And then there are like even more niche games. Like, I don't know. I started playing Pizza Tower recently, and I think it's got some really great potential for speedrunning. Speedrunning Pizza Tower is probably going to be, you know, I think it's a good speedrun game, but it's probably not very popular. Like, I heard about it, like when it came out, and there's like, okay, it kind of took the world, kind of took the internet by storm, like for maybe like a day or two, maybe a week at most, and then it sort of like fell off into obscurity. So it's not the most popular thing. So I had to explain a lot of physics, like speedrunning is a really niche thing. Like the famous speedrunners are not famous because they're good at speedrunning. They're famous because they're good entertainers. I had to tell Zix that like famous speedrunners are entertainers before speedrunners, and they lose out to runners who have terrible commentary and like play games silently for like 6 or 7 hours a day, like terrible quality, and it's like it's unwatchable. In fact, I would feel bad for the people who have to verify those runs because those people are not entertaining. I wonder what I missed. Like I missed like 5 things, didn't I? Foundation. A cellar door? Okay, what did I miss? Side gable, roof caps. On dormer roof. Boy, I missed like a part of the roof, didn't I? It's probably on the other side because I didn't think I did this side like very, very thoroughly. I gotta get up there and look around. How did I miss all this? Okay. Next up is the bottom up. Windows. I know what a window looks like. I just gotta find the right window. So where's the window? There. Just barely shines because like it's already really bright anyway. Next up is timber frames. There's lots of them, so I better catch it quick. There. Next, another timber frame. There's like 2 more. Right, I gotta crouch down and get these. Oh, and the cellar door, of course. Now, I got the little final to-do list. It's a good sign. Front gable roof frames. Good. Front dormer roofs. Front dormer roof. The side. There. I just gotta spray this whole thing and hope I catch it. Side eaves. I'm missing 2% here. Side eaves, that's one. Okay, so that's what it looks like. So it's gonna be like one of these things. So the front eaves, side eaves, side eave. There we go. Hey, don't suppose you have time to fit my poor little Trixie, do you? She's all mucked up. I'm gonna finish my drink and then, like, take a bio break. Thank you so much for making the cars look wonderbar. Feels like a stain in our character has finally been removed and we can get back to our true passion. Also, my mind has already led to the recipe to a magnificent new custard strudel. What's next? SUV. SUV is probably not gonna take that long. Probably. I think it's actually like approximately the same length as like the starter van. Yeah, like $150. So that's not bad. I'm just gonna finish my drink like for a bit. What kind of cosmetics they got? I could buy some skins for this thing. Wait, free? This is free for the winter thing? Oh. I hope I get there soon so I can buy this thing. Dude, I could probably buy it just right now, actually. But I'll wait until I have the power washer first. I'm not gonna buy any of those. I wonder what's in challenge mode. Is there like uh automobile? Do I have any more bonus jobs yet? I'll probably get there eventually. Like one more job here and then I'll unlock a new one. Which I'll probably do later. that's my drink done. I'm gonna take like a quick bio break. I'm not gonna grab another drink because, well, maybe I'll grab water. Yeah, I think I'll grab another bottle of water. I'll come back and I'll probably like do these 2 vehicles and then see where the vibes are. Okay, I'm back. I don't really get people who do like P speedruns. Anyway, I'm about to rise in at the home garage. My poor SUV, look at the state of it. Dropped the kids up at the place when the police had closed the National Park Drive for some reason. So I had to double back over the dirt tracks to get home. Trixie was built for roads like that. Please help me look all cutesy again. XXOXXOXX. So, I think X's and O's are supposed to represent like kids or something, but I don't know how it got to that. How did X's and O's translate to like kisses? I could probably Google it. Start job. This is probably going to be fairly quick. Wait, I forgot to turn off the thing. My BRB asset. I can probably green this. Yeah, this is gonna be a super quick job. Like less than 5 minutes quick. Let me see. Can I get it done before I hit like uh 8 minutes on the 3 hours? It'll probably go faster if like I do this carefully and don't like miss any spots. Because I feel like with faster jobs, it's like most of the time is spent trying to find the spots I missed. Because I rest through everything and I miss a bunch of spots. And it's like I have to redo the whole thing because I miss a spot everywhere possible. Wouldn't it be nice to just have like how PowerWash Simulator, except it's only cars and vehicles, just like car wash simulator. Washing cars powerfully simulator 2025. And the roof, which is just like the car. And brake lights. I see it right here. Here we go. Easy. That was like 2 minutes. Oh, she looks so beautiful, and just enough from afternoon catch up with the girls. Thanks so much, Lee. XOXXOX. Nice. That's 60 stars. I think I think I'm gonna hit 90 stars before I hit like $5,000. Unless the game's about to give me like a super massive like $3,000 job or something, which I'm gonna dread if it does good if it's gonna do that. But we'll see. We're settled into Esther's house now, and so much fun. Every day brings a fresh dose of the paranormal. This morning, Jenny found a blob of syrup on her pancake that looked like Thirsty Roger from his sister's sister. We've set up an Esther vlog, and people are loving her. Anyway, we found this old car under some tarpaulin at the back of the garage, and wonder if you thought it was worth running your jet over. Thanks so much, Aura. This looks like it's gonna be like it's gonna have some rust on it, which is probably gonna be tough to get. But thankfully, I have Power Washer. Is there a Steam achievement like for this level? I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't think there is. That should be fine. However I wish. Just the way I like it. So the big question, can I green this thing? Kinda. Jenny's going to live stream the car restoration for the vlog. Don't worry, you won't even know she's there. Internet clout these days. So it looks like I can like pretty much green most of it, but I think there is a lot of rust. I'm beginning to suspect that this might not be a worthless heap. That's just dust? Yeah, it's just dust. Can I avoid the dust? Oh yeah, like, dust is nothing. I think I'm better off greening it. I was going to extra archives online. No photos of her with the car anywhere. Huh. Supernatural. Uh, okay. Different drill. Is this the filth amendment? This is the fire chief. We need you to clear your diary. This is a big job. The whole fire station. Okay. I was just saying if they don't give me like a super big job that's like a $1,000 job. That's even bigger than the skate park. If I do that tonight, that's probably gonna be like the rest of the stream. Turns out this called Esther's that's going to drive me nuts. In it, she plays a school teacher whose car has a talking steering wheel. But it's a poor conversationalist with a negative mindset. I think I got like all the easy dust. So now it's grime time. And then I grimed all over the place. Actually, can I yellow this? How effective is that? It's kind of effective. I think I'm just gonna like turbo it. Actually, can I yellow the top? I might be able to do that. That might be a good move here. Yellowing the top. the turbo again. Door hinge. Wait. Door hinge. That rhymes with orange. I never thought door hinge was a real word, but I guess it technically is. Door hinge, orange. Orange door hinge. That's one side of the car done. Well, kinda. Gotta get the spare tire. Get all the big stuff. Film's shocking finale meant it was a flop. Esther's final role. So sad. Looks like she got to keep the car though. Hey, I mean, free car. What if I put on the long for this and stand way back? Yeah, I think that's more like it. I didn't get to hear the ding though. Stand too far away. Either stubby. I wonder. If the next level is what I think it is that gonna be the level where I have to like do the big tower without using scaffolding? That probably means I'm gonna have to use the ladder. I thought there was only one spare tire, but I guess that's old-timey vehicles for you. I'm just thinking about the hubcap, and what it reminds me of is like this one Toho MMD where I think they basically reenacted a whole episode of like a show or something in MMD. And in the show, like I think like some teenage kids like they wanted to drive, so they stuck into like their uncle's car or something, and they just reversed it straight into the kitchen. something like that. And like the family is like clearly distraught when they found out. It's like, well, what can you do? But then like the dad told his kids to like go make dinner or something, and the kids are like, okay, should we use the good hubcaps? And I mean, I get it, but you're making humor of like a bad situation. I totally get it. It was kind of funny. It's probably something I would do myself. Both crash a car into a kitchen and make poor a joke in poor taste. And give me the long. Okay, see how fast that spins? Oh, and I'm almost done. This car wasn't terrible, it's just like a lot of like rust in the corners, which was a little annoying. But oh no, not that bad. Give me the yellow and the shorts. I just gotta find the last little bit. Damn, there's a bunch. The mudguard was probably at the front here. And I see these. That's in the bonnet. Yeah, there's like a bit in the corner there. Some of these. Headlights. I see those. The horn. What's left? Wing mirrors. And a little top there. But the door hinge is bumpers, canopy hinges, door handles. Door handles. Here's one. Here's the other one. Bumpers. Oh yeah, there is a little speck. Bumpers. Which bumper though? Front? Back? Front? Yeah, there we go. It's $50. There, that's not too bad. Phenomenal job on the car, Doc. I've shut it down. 1922 Chatsworth Roadster. One of only 10 ever made. Esther Dath may have been older than the number 37, but she sure traveled in style. The Watchdown livestream went viral, so we're hoping our new Driving Miss Pebble series will add another 100k plus subscribers to our channel. So exciting. Another big question. Do I start this? Because if I do, that's probably gonna... This is probably gonna last till the end of the stream if I do. Let me check the Steam achievements for this. See if I really want to get the Steam achievement. Tall order. Complete the fire. Completely clean the fire station job without standing on the scaffolding. So... does that mean I can't use it at all? Our fire station's as mucky as a pig pen. Ordinarily, we'd just break out a few crates of the cold stuff and let the strong arms and hoses have it. But what with being sent here, they are everywhere in search of the mayor's dang cat. We just don't have time. I'm messaging you from the lower benches of the Oak Tree and the Great River, but I can already see it has no cat in it. Your name can be highly recommended. Thanks. Denver. What will we do with this? This is probably gonna take like 3 hours again, because this is a $1,100 job. And the $900 job, it took 3 hours. Okay, this isn't as bad as I remember. So, it'd be a really bad idea if I went inside this and pressed tab. Because it would like flashbang myself. Well, I guess I'm doing this with no scaffolding. If there was ever a level to like do a co-op in, it'll be this one probably. At least that's what I think. There's probably more that are like even longer and more tedious, but I feel like this is a strong contender. Because you got like this big tower here, inside and out, and like the whole actual station. I just want to check out the long. How high can I go with this thing? It's fairly high. It's like up to 2.5 floors. So I'm probably gonna need the ladder. Either the ladder or come back to this level with the super long extension or whatever that is. Need the turbo. The yellow. Okay, so narrating my every move again feels like the one time when I was playing Roblox. Playing Roblox Super Golf to be precise, and the Flex on Kids. Because I'd be like making a shot and I'd be like, I would be approximately like 5 meters away from the hole and I'd be like, give me a 17.82% power, and I'd hit that, and it would go in the hole. I've played too many like mini golf games in my life, far too many, to be able to call that as accurately as I can. Although it makes sense because I have played a lot of mini golf, both like in real life and in like mini games. I gotta be careful not to step on the scaffolding because I do not want to soil this achievement. So just put a marker down on like the 2.5 floor so I know like where to come back later. Put a solid marker there. And then start washing. And give me the turbo. I will see if I can possibly reach all that. Which it looks like I can. And it's pretty good too, because it's a long range. Wow. It can really reach up high with the turbo. I can't quite get that though. That's like too strong for this range. But good to know. Now, I'm wondering, what I do end stream today and like finally get ready for bed, which is probably gonna be in like an hour and a half or something. I wonder, am I going to like have to make myself like some hot drink like I did on my birthday in case my voice gets super sore again? Which, actually, thinking about it now, I think I can kind of feel it. So it might be a good idea to plan the wrap up around the corner. Probably after this level. That's what I'm thinking. Alright. And then there's this side left with like the big chimney thing. I'll turbo it to like mark the spot. I feel like the inside of this tower is going to take like way longer than the outside. Because the outside's one thing, but the inside is going to be like the floors, the walls, and the stairs. Whereas outside, it's just the walls. Turbo. I wonder, if I happen to finish this early, am I going to like bust out like the 6 a.m. company solo? I wonder. I might, if I feel like it. I think I'm a fairly decent pace for the hour. It's like 11% already. I don't know how long I ran in this mission, or this level. But again, this tower is probably like maybe... It might be tedious, but maybe it goes faster than the rest of the level because this is mostly flat and stuff, but this, like, jagged with corners, like got some door frames, some corners, and then this little window. So that might actually be more tedious once I get there. Turbo. Get the frames done. Might as well, if I can do that now. Really nice, really useful to know I can do that now. Saves me a lot of trouble. And it looks nice. I gotta go inside now. Or get the ladder. I better get the ladder. I can't put the ladder on this thing, right? Right? I can't. So if that's the case, I might actually have to come back with better gear. Either that or do this the really tedious way, where like I stand at the top and then like stand right off the edge and then spray from there. There's no way. They weren't kidding when they said this was a tall order. Long. turbo. Just checking the extensions. Wait, do I get the super long? Is it like, do I unlock it later or something? This one's got a lot of stuff on it. A lot of grime. Or rust, I should say. Presumably rust, because it's metal and I think it's all been rust so far. Long. Small both sides. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna do the back though. I think the back is like the hardest part. Because there's like no ledge or anything to stand on. I think I might have to do it like this. Um, Saving? Auto-saving? Okay. That was a little weird. Tower ledge. So it's not gonna make me do the bottom of it, is it? I hope it's not. Because that would be a tall order. Can I stand on like this little edge things? I kind of don't want to try it. Short. Stubby. I wonder what this looks like from like a third person perspective, because this cannot be a good angle. Called for autocomplete, but not autocorrect. Is it even still called autocorrect nowadays? I think now everything refers to it as autocomplete, which maybe is like more accurate. I think that's all the ledge is done. Ledge needs like some longs. There's no way you're supposed to do it like this. Actually, couldn't that just like go down, like step through this window? Make that much easier for myself. This is probably more along the lines of what you're supposed to do. Like, you're probably supposed to use the scaffolding, but I want to get the achievements. Yeah, just flashback myself. Go. Now I suppose I can work my way down the tower. Slowly but surely. Get all these stairs. Hey, how's tricks? Still like spin your jet around? Yep. I've been going for 6 hours. It's still going strong. Except for the commentary, because I've sort of run a bit dry on the commentary. I narrowly missed out another RV today. This thing was uglier than a chihuahua chewing a wasp, but it would have been my little wasp chewing choo-choo. I wonder what percentage of this level is just this tower. Because I'm already like 21% done, and I still have most of the insides to clean. It's probably not. It's probably less than half, right? I'm thinking maybe like at most 40%. The main building is probably gonna have more nooks and crannies, but this thing has just got a lot of surface area. go. Finally getting somewhere. I'm kinda getting a bit hungry again. I'm not gonna like crack open my bag of chips, am I? Just instead of commentary, like 6 hours in exactly on the dot. My commentary is just replaced with crunching. Some people might like it, some people might hate it. Personally, I don't mind the sound of like the crunching. I actually kind of like it when people do that. I don't seek it out, but I kind of enjoy it. It's like a feature of people's streams when they do that. But they say it's unprofessional to eat on stream. Like I kinda get why, but at the same time, shouldn't it be up to like the streamer what they want to do? As long as it's not like illegal or something. No crime at night. That kind of thing. No crime 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Where's that sign? I need to get one of those signs. I wonder if there's anything else to talk about. I could play games infinitely, but I think the problem arises when I run out of things to talk about. I think this is one of the reasons why I tend to try and rely on collabs so much, because then it's a lot easier. I think it's a lot easier to have like a little back and forth. But given enough time, I think that you'd still run into this problem. Because like after a certain point, you with your collab partners probably just start vibing silently. That would probably happen. I guess there are a few things that I've seen like on Pinterest lately, because my Pinterest boards are like pretty well curated. I see a lot of the main complaints about Pinterest about like they never give you what you want to see, or that like people are on Google image search and they see an image that they like and then they click on it and it goes to Pinterest, where like if I remember correctly, you gotta make a Pinterest account if you want to actually look at the image without it being blurred to oblivion. So understandably, I think people got annoyed with that. But I use Pinterest. I've used it for a while, and I've used it for long enough that it feeds me pretty well. It shows me the kind of things that I want to see that are fairly relevant. I still get a lot of like unrelated things I don't really care about, like occasionally I get like bikini and lingerie ads, which I mean it looks kind of nice, but I really don't need those. Or sometimes like I click on like them to humor them, like oh to get a closer look, and then they start thinking like oh I like this kind of thing, and then they show me like more of them, and then sometimes they start showing me like models wearing them, and at that point it's like actually no, I really don't want to see this. Actually, give me my anime back. I've had enough of these real womans. Give me my anime back. Anime waifus only. Real people, real women don't exist. It's all just anime. Is that the floor there? Oh, I'm almost done this tower actually. Maybe it's gonna be like 30% of it. Maybe 32%. It's not bad actually. That's a flashbang. Yeah. Interest. I think I've sort of already sold my soul to Google. Like not even intentionally, just like when I was younger, I was like, oh okay, give me this kind of stuff, and then Google gave me that kind of stuff. And now, I think I grew up, and now I can see pretty relevant things now on this Rust. I'm so glad there's like not Rust in every single stair. I think maybe like the first set of stairs have Rust on them, and then the rest are just like okay, like here you go, here's some light grime and light dust and dirt. Maybe I'll just rely on the autocomplete for the Rust. Save some time. That's probably a good idea. If people ever speedrun PowerWash Sim, which I think they do, I'm pretty sure this has a category on speedrun.com. I think that's what people do. They just get all the light stuff and then rely on the autocomplete for the small tough bits. get the rest of these walls, and then I'll worry about the stairs auto-completing the rest. Yeah, I think the first floor is a bit, like, tougher on the grime. I think you're expected to go in from the bottom up, like, which is the opposite of what I actually did. I started at the top and went down. Yeah. But on the bright side, I'm probably gonna get that achievement as long as I don't touch the scaffolding by accident. I wonder if I can, like, avoid using the ladder too. I want to say probably not, because I gotta get on top of that building somehow. And if I don't use the ladder, it's probably gonna be, like, really tedious to get up there. Or is it? Actually, I don't need a ladder, actually. I wish I never picked it up. I could have just abandoned it. And because I can use a stepping stool as a ramp. Because in this game, for whatever reason, they let you have momentum when you run. So if you run up against, like, the ramp, it will launch you up and you'll fly. Door frame. The stairs. Can't escape the rust. It's not awful though. I just gotta take it real slow. Because it is still rust. The whole tower done? That's the whole tower done, inside and out. Okay, so I want to, like, move the ladder, like, somewhere else. Like, can I green this? Kind of. But it's probably better to yellow it. Oh, wait 1 second, let me... I forgot to read a message in chat. Whatever. Boone, you're probably, like, long asleep now. See 1 second. Yeah, you're probably long asleep by now. This is greenable. Yeah, that's really greenable. Though yellow is probably like a more secure option. I just want to be careful not to touch the scaffolding by accident, because then all this hard work is going to be for naught. That painstaking tower work. Talked a bit about Genshin and the Honkai Star Rail today. I don't think I ever talked much about the Honkai Impact 3rd. I did play it for a little while, because it was my intention to like pick up a new game to play with friends, or like have something to talk about with friends, except they never really picked it up. And at the very least, I'm glad I didn't like waste my time on it if like nobody else is gonna play it like alongside me. Because like if a few things had been different, I probably would have been sucked up by it and just, like played it hardcore. Because that's what I tend to do. Like someone tries to like invite me to a new game, then like I fully obsess over it, and then they regret the decision greatly because they see like how invested I get into it, and they probably realize that they can't match that level, so maybe they feel bad. But it's on me mostly. I'm gonna hope autocomplete gets this. There we go. That's probably the way it was meant to be played. Cause I see some people, they just go like slowly left to right, and they don't miss a single speck, and then they end up being really unsatisfied because it automatically when I was like here, and I was clearly gonna get the rest of this little bit, so it was a little unsatisfying. But maybe this method that I've adopted is the proper way to play, even though there probably isn't any proper way to play. Just play it however you want. This is a satisfying game. It's not like Dark Souls where you gotta play properly, you gotta talk to NPCs, do things in the exact right order, all that. I think there's a case to be made about games that basically require a wiki, either because there's too much information or the consequences for making a mistake are too big. In Dark Souls' case, I think it's the case of the consequences are too big because NPCs die permanently. And if they die permanently, you are like forever locked out of their quest line and whatever it is they sell. I saw a video on this, and they made a case for Elden Ring, just saying like when you meet Patches, and then like if you know Patches, he's like a scumbag and stuff. Oh, what is just the water jet people? I'm having a frightful time with the ordinary. Any chance you could give it a quick whiz? I can't help notice your ad says power wash. You do realize that involves hot water? You should change the wording on your ad to pressure wash, unless you're planning on that. Okay. Oh. Case they make for Elden Ring is like you can meet Patches in there, and if you've played Dark Souls before and you've met Patches everywhere else, you know that Patches is a scumbag liar. He's a backstabber. So in Elden Ring, why would you trust him? Like, he gives you the option to, like, trust him and put your faith in him. And if you say no, if you don't trust him, then, like, you get locked out of the best armor set in the game. Because once you beat his quest line after trusting him, he sells you the best armor in the game. And you're locked out of that permanently if you don't help him. I think that really sucks. And I think that's kind of unfair too, because throughout the whole franchise, they set you up to not trust him, and then the one time you're supposed to trust him, you don't trust him. I need a turbo for this one. A long-range turbo. And then go back to the yellow. It's door as well. Door frame. Not just the door. It's corners of the window. That's gonna be a tough spot to get. I don't do it like deliberately and carefully. I'm gonna wrap up this office wall. So I'll just roughly go around there and just like outline it. There we go. Nice and satisfying. it auto-completed just the right moment to save me a bit of hassle and still give me like most satisfaction. Yeah, that'll do. I just make sure I'm not stepping on the scaffolding. Actually, okay, I gotta talk with the viewer sometime. Ideally when it's not 5:36 a.m. in the morning for me. Because I don't know what time it is for them. Actually, I probably could message them whenever. Just see what they say. I remember when people used to police my sleep schedules. Those were the days. Back when I was cared for remotely. Which, if you listen to this now, uh, that's not an invitation to start doing it. But it's good to know that people cared at one point. And don't worry, I know people probably still care today. Probably. And it just manifests in different ways. I think... Okay, there's definitely a discussion to be had about, like, the way people express their love and affection. Like, love languages, you know? But I'm talking about, like, let's say, for example, online relationships, like online friendships. Like, how do you express, like, to your friend that you really care about them and stuff? Like, sure, you could, like, you know, tell them that. But, like, how do you express it instead of just telling them? Alright. Like, maybe what you do is, like, you always check in on them and make sure they're, you know, taking care of themselves, hydrating, sleeping, eating right, all that stuff. That's one thing. But maybe another thing is, like, I don't know. It's just as simple as you just talk to them about whatever. Or maybe, no, maybe all this bunch of things. But I'm thinking about, like, the things you say to them, the things you talk about, like the things you tell them. Like, oh, make sure you hydrate, make sure you stretch, and eat right and stuff, and sleep properly and bathe, and, you know, wash your bed sheets once a week at least. Speaking of, I washed my towels just like today. Or at least, I guess technically yesterday, because it is now the next day. I wonder how I express love and affection to, like, my online friends. I think you can probably, like, answer that for me. But thinking about it, I wonder what exactly I do. Because I think I do something different for, like, all my friends. Hard to say. I love those little windows. Like the perfect 1, 2, 3. That's satisfying. Actually, I wonder how I treat people, like my friends. There's like some people like I'm like a saint too, like I'm super supportive, and some people I treat like the way Six Streets lewd. I wonder. I guess it's like different dynamics and stuff. Probably different dynamics with common themes all around. That's probably it. I'm only like halfway done. I still do the whole side here too. Oh well. I'll get there in time. Hopefully within the next half hour, but I'm I'm not optimistic about that. Because it took me how long to even get here, and I'm only halfway done. Although I can try to speed things up. Emphasis on try. I'm glad this cladding is like really light. Can actually green this. Can, but I'd rather yellow it. So the cladding trim. Maybe like if I had a quote bot, that would probably be a quote by now. Like, can I green this? Although it probably wouldn't be a very funny quote since it's not funny. It's just something I say a lot. PowerWash sim and nowhere else. So maybe not actually. I was just wondering when the sun's gonna start rising. Because when I see like it start getting bright outside again, in real life, then I'm gonna be like, okay, I gotta pick up the pace and get to bed. Because I like to give off the illusion that I went to bed, that I didn't, like, stay up all night. Which I probably will. Although, I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing if someone, like, asked me about it. I'd probably just be like, oh yeah, I'd probably just tell them straight, I'm just enjoying, like, my one night of true solitude. Go to the ladder. Okay. Now it's time to do a little parkour trick. Who needs a ladder? I need a ladder. Like this one. 58% done. I I don't think I'm gonna make it before the 7 hour mark. Actually, unless I can green this, which I kind of can. The edges are a little tough. I'll just yellow it. Oh, I forgot I gotta do all that too. Okay. Never mind. The roof will come later. Rocket Seed, Dinar Cal's dad. When can you come around? I've got something filthy dirty for you. Give me the... Dad. do it this way. Save myself the spastic mouse movements. Till now. I start just shaking the mouse around again. No. Now it's just all these windows and stuff. Give me a long. Switch to a short. Long again. Should probably like move to this side if I want to get those. For the time being. Back up on here. Yeah, look at these corners there. Boy, I see a scaffolding I'm not supposed to stand on. Well, I wonder if I'll make it for the 7-hour mark. I still don't think so, but a small chance. Like reading this. Wait, I've already had this. What? I can, but it's better to yellow it. If nothing else, like my forearm's getting a really nice workout doing this. Which I should probably stretch so I don't get like carpal tunnel or something. Don't worry, Loon, I'm taking care of my joints. I'm not gonna end up like a 29-year-old who doesn't take care of their joints. Yeah, at least. It could still happen. Who knows? No, pretend I didn't say that. You didn't hear anything. I can probably green this. Never mind, I'll yellow it. I'm not getting this the 7-hour mark. But I can still try. This little fire exit shed looking thing is probably gonna be the worst of it. Cause I can see like some rust and like grime on it. Actually, what is grime now that I think about it? Is it like a specific type of dirt? You can get it done before the 7-hour mark. Probably not still, but maybe I can come close. God, it's already 6 a.m. Like I know, like as the streamer, I could end anytime I want, but I want to finish this first. I'm probably not making it, but I can kind of get them for like the 7 hour, 10 minute mark. It's just this one big area left. Like the edges, and then we're gonna work into the middle and finish off with that little shed thing. See what's left. Did I miss anything by a small shot? Spotlights. It would have been really unsatisfying to just like have that be the last thing. Maybe like clean up around the shed. Actually, that'll probably be the last thing I do. Just mark like a little area around there. Clean up around the edges and work in. Yeah, I might actually just like green this whole thing. Or maybe only like the edges are like tougher and the centerpieces are lighter. That seems like the case. I can save a bit of time here. I'm gonna regret this so much if like I don't get it solved and I have to like clean up around the edges and look for what I missed. So much for being a satisfying game. I get on shed 2. At least that shed is like relatively small. But who knows how grimy it's gonna be. There might be like some rust on it and stuff. I think I'm gonna have to backtrack and like go through all these like little bits of debris. with a yellow. Long extension, because why not? Wait, get around the shed. That's like a bunch of stuff I didn't get yet. Short. This could be my salvation here. But probably not. Probably gonna still need like a bunch of miscellaneous areas. Or not. Okay. Home stretch. I can go like make a bunch of copious amounts of hot drink. Go to bed. So close. Coming in nicely. Fire exit wall bases. I'm gonna have to like backtrack and look for those. Oh, the front's so rusty and grimy. Or is it? No, this is the last thing. I need a turbo for this one. Long turbo. Yeah, AFA, any chance you come hose down that spare truck? The mayor's running us ragged over here. Oh man. I did it. I finished this for a 7 hour, 10 minute mark. That tower in the back. That's one hell of a job. Thank you. I gotta say, there's been a lot of talk in the community about the quality of your work, and for one person who loves standing around spraying water stuff to another, you have our respect, as well as some of our taxes. Fire truck, car, any fire thing for $10. No, I'm gonna call it here. I wonder who is on to raid at this hour. Probably nobody. And okay, I've got a raid target. Cozy will be in his streaming. All right. So let's see. Right, I'm probably going to like play more difficulty on Tuesday. Might get vigor in it. We'll have to see. But I'll probably release the schedule on like Monday or Sunday or something. But until then, it's been one hell of an eternity. Spraying stuff with water. Can't wait to do another marathon stream of PowerWash Sim. That's mostly not even sarcastic. I do like this game. And I like water. But until then, I'll see you then.